Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rewind Gaming as we present you the fourth and final open trial. I'm Digital Bacon. Joining me in the casting booth is Jar Jam. And Jam, this is what it all comes down to. It's the last ditch efforts to try and get on into the finals that take place on the 8th of September.
Yeah, this is the final chance for any of the teams to take that coveted first spot, because even the team that will take that 15 points towards the total tally has a perfect chance to just get and sneak into the final 8 spots, where the teams will be competing for one big prize of $300. That's all to the winner. No second prizes, no third place prizes. No, you need to be in it to win it up until the very end.
Yep. And of course, don't forget the winning team today does also get $50. Just a little bit of money to help you, and of course, a little bit of a goal to aim for. But the big money, of course, is in 2 weeks. Of course, looking at this, though, the bracket today has been a little bit wibbly
Turbulent.
wobbly. Should we go with? Yeah, I like turbulent. I like that. I like that a lot. But we are starting in round 3 today, and our first match up on stream, you can see it just below, is Granite Gaming versus Notorious Legion. A lot of DQs today, Jam, we have seen, but these lads playing it through. Notorious Legion, they were a little bit worried earlier on. They had a DQ win against the Oshtet Warriors, who are a team they've played time and time before, and a little bit scared of. Coming into this, though, I'm thinking they're feeling a little bit confident for some reason against Granite Gaming.
I don't know. It is Grand Gaming Squad, Meaty, Doomsy, and next, unless Medin is playing instead of Doomsy. Still surprised to see Doomsy in all the various incarnations of various teams.
Today we got Doomsy is playing with Meaty and Medin. So it's not Nyx today, which is an interesting one.
Still, I mean, if I would be Notorious Legion, yes, I would say, phew, we dodged the bullet with Oshtek Warriors, one of the strongest teams in the Middle East and Asian circuit. But then hitting onto Granite Gaming, it's not going to be an easy matchup by no means.
Not at all. Looking at those players as well. iCash, Espemuta, and Dead Monster. I'm just going to tell them we can go, Jam. I think we should let these players get onto the pitch. There we go, Espemuta. Dead Monster getting on there with iCash. Doomsy, Medin, and Meaty are on the opposite side of Granite in the blue, Notorious Legion in the orange. We're underway. It's DFH Stadium. It's the start of every tournament, of course. Doomsy getting beaten by Espemuta. Nice hit from Meaty there. Returning offense, though, is brilliant coming out from Notorious Legion, but defense just holds on. It has to keep holding on, though, as attack after attack keeps coming in, but the lads of Granite are holding it together. This is some shaky stone, but it's doing the foundational job.
Bacon, it has been ages since I've ever seen the first minute of a game, the first minute of the series even being so high-paced. It has been Notorious Legion straight up 30 seconds, shot after shot. 4 shots, it felt like they were 10 from their side, and yet still Granite Gaming stands. Even at the very end, when that last shot that Notorious Legion made should have been going in, no, Granite Gaming was still on spot.
Nice control downfield by Cash, but the defense behind not expecting this one from Medin.
Oh, man. All that defense is holding on so well for Granite Gaming, and then just a good all clear through Medin to hit Notorious Legion as they were still going back. Didn't get in defense in time. And there you have it. Granite Gaming, well, got themselves a pretty good start.
Have indeed. Cash up, and yeah, it's a nice little 50-50 to get that ball to the corner. Espemuta not going to be able to do a massive amount of that. Dead Monster with the demo, taking out Doomsy. The back pass coming out. Going to try and slow things down as Espemuta goes to the solo play. Doomsy respawns back into the server and does get a little block, but the attack's still continuing. But Granite Gaming, I'm loving this last line defense, Jeff.
It is working so well so far for them, but I wouldn't really exactly rely on it. They really need more players, and there you have it. Espemuta rises where nobody from Notorious Legion has really been contesting him. And as you can see, was Doomsy out of boost? I think Doomsy just decided really not to go for it and opted out for, hey, I'm going to try and defend it on the ground. But I think with that jump, he took himself out of the play.
Yeah, it's an interesting little orb opening as well. Good stuff from Meaty to be able to get back in time. Dead Monster with the fake. Cash going for the second touch. Just wide of the target, but the confidence that is just spewing from the Notorious Legion is amazing at the moment, just with the plays they're able to pull out.
Well, it's working out for them, but it's a rare occasion that we finally see the ball on the other end of the field. Notorious Legion had the majority of possession, majority of control, and ball just didn't want to leave that blue side. Still, Granite Gaming are trying to set up something, and you can see immediately they do have the control. They can't keep the ball. It's just that so far that one attempt by Medin, an individual effort, so far it's all that Granite Gaming have.
Doomsday on a solo play. He's got it past one, past their monster, but not able to get high enough. Medin able to keep this pressure going. A nice little touch there to keep it 2 corners, slow things down in your opponent's back lines. It's a very strong strap with 2 corner. Meaty is going to be handed on over, but good 50-50. Good little block coming out there. Their monster not able to get that touch with 0 boost. He's like a lemon, just being charged into battle, not able to do much though. Meaty, he's got the flip reset with that one, but not able to connect the actual flip.
Bacon, could you please explain to me the lemon going into the battle comparison?
Right, did you ever play Lemons when you were younger, right?
No, it doesn't ring a bell. Is that a UK thing?
No, it was an old Game Boy game. It was probably before my time, like early 90s, late 80s. But you would just basically send little, imagine like little Oompa Loompas, basically, one after the other. You had to get them all into like the end goal and build little bridges along the way. But you would just have lads that did not do anything. And so if you did it wrong, they'd just jump off a cliff.
Oh, lemmings.
Yeah,
I
lemons.
thought he said lemons, and I was really confused, like the fruit. All right, one way or the other, back to the game, and just in time. Look at that. We timed it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
As Mita breaks down that last man defense of Granite Gaming. And once again, they're bringing the ball into the air, and feel like that's where the Granite Gaming is struggling the most, especially on the backboard, especially when it's time to get that ball off the over backboard. They just can't seem to get enough players under.
Yeah, and I can imagine as well with that one, Medin just slightly missing that ball. It's probably going to be a bit sour, like the lemons you mentioned, Jam. Attack coming on, Medin trying to redeem. Do you still have 1 minute 10 left in this game? Only 1 goal separating them. We have felt that, of course, the Notorious Legion lads have been the stronger team, but Granite, it is still only 1 goal. They can turn this around. Oh, Esmuta on the attack, though, not going to be able to get a goal off.
Now look at that, a counter attack quickly, but Meaty can keep up the control. He was trying to go for an extra touch, instead dodges to the side, and this opens up an attack on the other end of the field. And Notorious Legion does not miss an opportunity when it presents itself so well.
And it is definitely a playstyle they're notorious with, the continuous pressure. Look at that. Dead Monster so close in as the 3rd man. Normally throughout these trials, Jam, I've been broadcasting, so I've seen these teams. Currently, the 3rd man is sat right back on that center midfield mark, right where the ball spawns into the game at the start of every round, let's call it, after a goal. And here, Notorious Legion like to go in a bit deeper. They really want to put that pressure and attack on, but Medin, blimey, this was an absolute stonker of a goal.
I'd say I agree with that description. Just continuing the attack as normal for Granite Gaming, keeping the ball on the orange half, putting it in the danger box, and Medin just figures out, hey, I can keep the ball in, I can take a sweet shot at it. Notorious Legions definitely were not ready for that, despite all that pressure. Despite all the control over the game that Notorious Legion have, I'd say Granite Gaming have a perfect chance to steal this game off them in the last 30 seconds.
In the last 30 seconds, you have to take those pop shots. You've got to try and put everything on to square things up. That's dangerous in front of net. Doomsday being able to get off to the side. Does throw the ball downfield. Meaty with a back pass. Medin, though, to the corner. He wanted some pressure downfield. Does follow up. Does get a hit on the ball. That is off the backboard. Meaty with a touch. Lights it up for Doomsday, but he goes wide to the corner. Definitely not hitting the mark there. And Cash going to bury this ball downfield. Medin does keep it up. It's not over until the ball hits the ground. And, of course, Dead Monster, he's not going to respect Rule 1. He knows that if he lets it touch the ground, that is it. First game going to Notorious Legion.
But I told you, Bacon, Granite Gaming had all the possibility to steal it in the final minute. And that there was an attempt where they should have done that. A little bit of imprecision, a little bit perhaps nervous to make that pass. And they couldn't get it in this game, but I wouldn't put it past them. Granite Gaming might as well take this up Notorious Legion, but first, Granite Gaming really need to tighten up their defense, really need to tighten up the amount of chances that Notorious Legion is getting, because 15 shots on your net, Granite Gaming is lucky that this is only a 3-2 rather than a 7-2.
Now, I'm just going to do a little bit of magic on air, because we have seen in Twitch chat and everything like that, that us casters are going a little bit robo. Now, that's a Discord issue, so for the most minute of seconds, we are going to quickly switch over to a different server. And we should be back. Jam, can you hear me?
Indeed I can. Bacon, can you hear
And
me?
that is so much better. There we go. Problem fixed on the fly. We did it, Twitch chat. Now, getting into game 2. Jam, do you think Granite Gaming can do it? Can they bring back a game and tie up the series?
Seemingly, it is possible. Look at that. Just if you compare the amount of shots taken versus the goals scored, Granite Gaming seems to have a much better conversion percentage. And with their defense, well, they might as well step up and win one against the Notorious Legion. I'm thinking this could be their game. If only Doomsy was almost taken out from the defensive rotation. Notorious Legion were looking for yet another counterattack.
Oh, and there is Rule 2 going between Medin and Espumita. I have absolutely been loving those scenarios in tournaments recently. Players knowing that these are for a little bit of fun as well, a good bit of screaming, but they're putting on a show for us. Meaty keeping it to the corner. This is a 2v2 right now. A whole different game. It's near enough. One player ball chases the second, then ball chases afterwards. It's an interesting little dynamic. Danny describes it as 1v1 on steroids, Jam, and you can see why at times with little dribble plays coming out from Dead Monster like this. He's got the pop. Meeting does respond accordingly, though.
All right, Bacon. Are we about to see? Oh, there we go. Cash.
Oh, Cash, no.
That's a red card. That's a red card, and you are off the field, Cash. Sorry, but it's 2 versus 3 for a team from this point on. We were on points to have a world record for the longest rule. Actually, rule 1 or rule 2? Which kind of guy are you?
If people call keeping it up at 0 seconds as rule 0, then you're done.
Yeah.
Because there is no possible rule 0. It's not possible. And of course, being the OGs, we know you can't just come along and change the rules. That ain't how they work, you know.
All right. Well, I don't know what kind of man you are, Bacon, and really, I'm not that hardcore about it to say, well, that is absolutely wrong. And speaking of wrong, oh no, how could you possibly? You saw Notorious Legion 3 players all around. They were past the offside trap and bam, straight on the Granite Gaming net. But Cash just couldn't put it on target.
Dead Monster trying to set something up, but defense comes through from Meaty. Cash keeping it under its control. Didn't want that second touch, however, so that handed it on over to me. Good defense by Espumita, trying to slow things down in the center and does allow time for Cash to get back. Nice little fake there. He's up on the wall trying to play off the defense, but Doomsy holds his ground in the last meters to get his ball counted downfield. And we're seeing a lot of great back and forth here, Jam.
Yeah, compared to the first game, I think the play mostly has moved to some battles in the midfield. That also shows in the amount of shots that both of the teams are now taking, despite Notorious Legion having 15 in the previous game. Oh, there might be more coming in, but this time on Notorious Legion's net. Right now, Notorious Legion, by the half point of the game, are only sitting on 3, and that's all thanks to the Granite Gaming sort of taking the control away from their opposition, no longer allowing them to so freely waltz into the blue side. And as a result, both teams are, they're exchanging shots, they're exchanging attacks even, but they are now much more better at blocking each other's opportunities.
Yeah, at times like this, I wish we could see like a heat map, you know, from the API. I know you can go do that on, I want to say it's ballchasers.gg, but we can't get it in real time, can we, Jam? And that would be so cool to see right now how that sort of like the possession of the ball has moved downfield so far. There's Espumita moves that ball downfield really far, finds Cash, that is above the board. Not going to be able to get to touch Espumita, but he does get the ball off of Doomsy. Cash keeping the possessive play going, trying to line that up, and Dead Monster does steal that away. It's a good pop out. Espumita, though, not going to be able to get high enough and can't get a touch on that as Doomsy really carries this ball downfield. I've definitely liked that from Doomsy as well today, of his ability to move that ball away from his side of the field and really get deep into his opponent's end. The problem is they're not chasing up on it, Granite, are they?
Well, seemingly that Doomsday will, if he tries this enough times, his team should catch up, and preferably though before Notorious Legions really wisen up to what Doomsday is trying to do, and will stop these opportunities early. But look at these wondrous plays by Notorious Legion. They are trying to pass in between each other, just like Branded Gaming are doing. But I'd say Notorious Legions currently are looking much more dangerous with their attempt. They're mostly aerial based, but it's seemingly once again breaking that line of Branded Gaming's defense and getting way past them.
Yeah, my only problem is those final shots always are straight to the fenders, you know. They need to put them off a little bit to the side. It's easier said than done, Jam. We know that, don't we? But it is literally the most minute thing they have to fix right now, and they would be getting in absolute bangers each and every time. But for now, Neil defense has held on super strong once again for Granite Gaming. This Notorious Legion just can't get anything past that last mark.
They still have an opportunity, but right now with Granite Gaming all defenders in place, this could be an opportunity just last moment. Oh, look at that perfect clear. Medin and Doomsday both go for it, but they get the job done. That ball is nowhere near the blue net as the timer runs out, and Notorious Legion will have to work hard. I don't think they will continue trying. They would like to kill it down, because otherwise it just gives an opportunity for opponent. Look at that dead monster leaving the ball be, but Medin recognizes the chance and just goes straight for it.
After getting so many goals in the last game, we are treated to a 0-0 overtime, and it has not been a boring one. It has not been out of lack of attempts. I'm just going to look at the number of shots now. Notorious Legion, Jam, putting on 8. Granite Gaming with 3, all ferrying through from Doomsday. So it'll be an interesting one to see who the final sort of blood is drawn from. That's a good little dribble coming from Espinita. Meaty does get a touch, but off the side. Doomsday chases onto it. Not going to connect with the boost though, and Dead Monster does steal that away. Notorious Legion right now should be able to get on a lot of pressure. Going towards net, but Meaty clears away.
That dribble from Espinita has shown that Granite Gaming were giving Notorious Legion way too much space. By the time they finally decided to converge on that dribble, Granite Gaming sent 2 players up, and that almost got Granite Gaming's defense so empty that Notorious Legion, with their players, could come in and clean the whole thing up. They should never allow to get Notorious Legion that deep into their own half.
That's the good setup there, getting the ball over to the Doomsday, but no options down in center. Medin, though, he's on the ball. Oh, good call from Meaty to come through. Medin now able to get boost and does line up in the midfield, but he's double committing with Doomsday there. Positionally, got to be worried a little bit about that. At times, the communication seems so good, especially in defense, Granite Gaming. Oh, no.
Did he just get ahead of the ball and stop himself from scoring? Because Doomsday had the goal at his mercy.
That's a tearjerker right there. Unfortunate. We have to open up another opportunity for himself to redeem. Meaty just going to back away from that. You can see they're being very cautious. Naturally, you can't blame them. At 0-0 overtime, golden goal, you don't want to make any risks.
Still, just on that attempt, you saw Granite Gaming still being first to the ball, and Notorious Legion prefer to play it slow. In my opinion, that's perhaps a little bit too slower for their liking. There needs to be a little bit more aggression. Otherwise, Granite Gaming will just say, yeah, we're going to be going for more of these shots, because seemingly Notorious Legion just isn't touching them.
Yeah, and I will say Notorious Legion on their 50-50s, like you just saw back there, where they're able to clear the ball with it, is impressive. At the same time, that ball round to center, Medin going to be able to get a touch, and that's a powerful hit. But Espinita does get the clear away. Meaty with the control, needs options down the center, but once again, no one to be found. Granite Gaming are just taking this one at a time towards the net. You cannot attack like that. It's just so ineffective.
My guess only is that if that is indeed their strategy, they are just trying to put Notorious Legions in such an awkward spot that they know that they have the advantage Granite Gaming. And only then they will send more players up. But seemingly it's just not working. Notorious Legion especially knows that they can still play it pretty safe if only one player, as you said, is coming up through. Maybe the longer this overtime goes on, they can, and we already have 3 minutes of OT. Maybe the Granite Gaming decides, hey, how about 2 players? Just hear me out. 2 players on the attack.
Oh no! Oh, thank God. That would have been crushing. right there, but good defense coming through in the end. Nice little hit coming out from Doomsy. Cash not able to connect. Doomsy turns around, the half rotate. Cash actually gets the touch, and that could be detrimental as that links up with Espimita. Cash trying to get the final touch, not going to be able to find it. Doomsy and Medin double commit, as Medin chases that downfield. Dead Monster versus Medin in the corner. Espimita comes through, cleans it up. Definitely tricky scenarios right now as both teams are really being pushed to the limit with this tension.
I'd say for Granite Gaming right now, their powerful shots from their own half are threatening Notorious Legion's net the most. While Notorious Legions themselves, I'd say just those passing plays, they're getting much deeper, and staying with the ball up until the very last moment, as opposed to Granite Gaming, who usually lose it pretty quickly. But here, an opening might create himself, especially if nobody from Notorious Legions can get it. But again, Granite Gaming refusing to put a second player, refusing to take that extra risk. And right now, they're so low risk, so low reward, and you still see nothing happening on the orange side for the Granite Gaming squad.
Nearly connecting with that one, Cash. Medin puts out to the side. That'll be picked up by Espimita. Look at that, Cash on the ball. It's got boost to hang around. Good hit from Meaty. Does get it away. Doomsy not going to win that 50-50. It's Dead Monster now. Don't have many options. Cash does finally come through. Espimita cleverly does retreat, though. You can't blame it. In scenarios like that, when you can see you're not going to be personable, that is when you fall back.
And Notorious Legions really have been putting a lot of players up front, so in that situation, Espimita actually deciding to fall back really makes sure that Notorious Legions don't get hit by a 2 versus 1 counterattack, but even 3 versus 1 counterattack. Though knowing Granite Gaming, that might yet happen. Congratulations, Bacon. 5 minutes of regulation, 5 minutes of OT, a ton of shots, and yet not a single goal. That could have been it.
Nothing at all scored so far. Me and Daniel were playing a 2v2 match last night, Jam. It was very much like this. It ended up at about now. And that's when our game ended. So we've been outdone. I don't mind that, of course, here in this situation right now. It's been a lot of good Rocket League from both these two teams. Like we said, you've got Notorious Legion not being able to break the wall, and then that wall just not being able to push its way downfield towards the net effectively enough. Doomsy there getting a nice shot on all 3 players going up for it and triple commit, and that should have been the chance for Granite to strike, but they weren't able to. Just wanting to move back in defense. Cash trying to be a little bit tricksy, but not able to find a goal. Espimita is still in control of it, and Dead Monster being out by Meaty, but that Cash fast enough to get back in defense. Nothing going to come about of it from Granite.
Oh, just like in cards, trading games, or card collection games, the big defensive things are usually not that good at the attack. In Granite Gaming, despite having the quality, despite having the individual players really being able to bring the ball through, and it's just that goal isn't really working out for them. Look at that, all in the straight line. Yes, they're expecting an opportunity, but the approach, they're rolling the ball through the flank. Usually you don't get a chance to pop the ball into the middle. It's you either get it stuck or Notorious Legions clears it powerfully, and then nobody from your following players get a chance on it.
Now, Jam, like, this is an awkward one because Danny in the background, in our little, production chat as such, because he's running the scoreboard and all of that today, has just said it's like both teams are afraid of scoring. I would have been there. They're not afraid to score. They're afraid to team up. This is finally one that's come through quite nicely. Meaty with the first passing play. I think Granite's done. Links out with Doomsy, and that was a lovely little finish.
All right, then. So that was ended at about 7 minutes into the overtime, Bacon. And really could have been going even for longer. We finally saw a passing play. In my opinion, the game would have ended when one of the teams would have made a mistake. Because otherwise, they were just repeating the same old, but I never saw any real good opportunities. They do break it down through Notorious Legion. That was that play that they were hoping to get. A play off the backboard where Notorious Legion doesn't give a touch, which allows an opportunity for a second player to come in and this time get it through the air and put it on a target. But boy, did it take them a long time. Boy, did it take them 12 shots. Still down to Notorious Legion's 13. And Granite Gaming somehow, and really in following up my prediction that Granite Gaming will take this, they do work it through, but it by no means was a clean game, was a convincing win. and Granite Gaming will need to do a lot better in the next.
It does still come down to that teaming up in attack. They've got to move downfield together. Don't get me wrong, how they're playing is, I would argue, safe, but it's not going to win you games. Their play style is what you want to pull out when you're 2 goals ahead, isn't it, Jam? When you're there matching head for head, nil for nil, you need to do something to get yourself ahead because you cannot just sit idly by.
And if 2 teams do the same thing, then that's what you get. Scoreless regulation and long overtimes. And really, nobody wants to take a risk. And I know that both of these games can be aggressive. Hey, remember that start of the game number 1? Well, Notorious Legions just decided to take all of their shots in the opening 30 seconds. So I know that they can attack. It's just that they decide, no, we're just not going to go for it. Not going to go for it. Well, and as a result, Notorious Legions just couldn't do it in the end.
Medin there, getting involved, trying to block the ball down. Instead, all it did was clear it away. There's their monster with the drop and finds the net as quick as you can be. We had to wait around about 12 minutes for the first goal of last game, Jam. Here, we've got it in 34 seconds.
Notorious Legions still continue to impress me with their aerial plays, but a lot of that is thanks to Granite Gaming. They had at least 2 players in the defense, and yet nobody was ready to go on the end of that one. How about this dribbling play? No, too long. Waited too long on that one, Cash.
Yeah, with defense, you've got to send one player out to sort of charge down the ball. Actually force your opponent's hand. And then the second man lines back in defense. We didn't see that on the goal that came out by Dead Monster, but there you saw it with, I do believe it was Doomsy charging in for that one. So you can see Granite not wanting to make that same mistake twice. Meaty, that's a decent clearance, but read well by Monster to position himself. Doomsy getting in with that one. Meaty picking the ball up, and Dead Monster gets a bump on Doomsy, which actually disrupted that entire play. Medin does come through to try and pick up the pieces, but that play is all done and dusted. Cash trying to pounce on this one, but not getting a massive amount from it.
Wasn't able to work it through in the end, but this game once again just really evolving into a lot of back and forth. Although it's Granite Gaming now pretty active on the offense themselves, already got 4 shots, and they're looking like the team that will be in control for the majority of this game. But now we're putting so many players up front. Granite Gaming are very susceptible to Notorious Legion's counterattack. You saw a couple of times the ball was sneaking through 2 or 3 Granite Gaming players, and all of a sudden it's field day for Notorious Legion. They couldn't get a second one just yet. In a way, I'm really surprised that Granite Gaming still hasn't scored their first. But just with that, based on style, based on counterattacks, Notorious Legion might just strike at the heart of Granite Gaming again.
Oh, there's that big opening you were talking about, though, Jam. Oh, good blocks coming out from Meaty. Does keep it away. He's going to be needed once again. He's got Doomsy downfield, going for the damage, trying to create the openings. Doomsy lining it up in the center, and there is Medin, and there is the equalizer at exactly the halfway mark of this game.
Oh, it works so well for Granite Gaming in that attack. That extra that demolition took the extra player of Notorious Legion that could have been in the way. And as the remaining players were trying to move it to the side, it was Granite Gaming who just stayed with the ball, just had all eyes on the ball throughout the whole of that play. And that unfortunate hit on the backboard meant that Notorious Legion just couldn't continue with it. Granite Gaming opened up the defense of Notorious Legion with a good Swiss knife. And man, did they make that look effortless.
I like that, because there was a bit of everything in that one. You had the demos coming out, the bumps, the sheer pressure. Ooh, and Medin just getting that touch was everything to keep Notorious Legion from stepping ahead. Once again, Meaty wanted to try on that, but all 3 players diving in for that one. Bit risky if you ask me. The lads getting a little bit scrappy now, Jam.
Hey, if a triple commit works, just you close your eyes and say it's supposed to be like that. They really have full their chances of getting a quick attack going. They still immediately disperse and go into their lanes, into their positions. But that could have been much better, especially knowing that they got to clear out of that one and could have threatened the Notorious Legion side even more.
It is just basically a bad habit, isn't it? you turn a blind eye, go, it's not hurt anyone, you're fine. Just let it go on. Esmuita, though, that's a powerful hit. Meaty being able to get to it, and Esmuita somehow, after landing, I don't think he planned it, got the demo on Doomsday. That will help them in the back lines of defense as Cash being able to get that out. Esmuita picking that up. Doomsday did respawn in, so it didn't actually help them as his teammates were able to line that up with a great attack. And Doomsday with that 32 boost when you spawn in, able to get downfield quick enough. So interesting plays here when demos aren't exactly working from Notorious Legion, which Jam, I think with their playstyle, throwing in demos would be massive for them, wouldn't it? Where they can create openings through it.
Well, as you said, this wasn't really a planned demolition, and with the way that Doomsday was just demolished mostly in its own half, look at that. More shots coming in. There's Espumita. Every single time we start talking, well, perhaps prolonged about the various topics, I think it's Espumita who's constantly coming in. He's a cleanup crew for that Notorious Legion side. And this time, without any demolitions, but by just taking the control of the ball for a longer period of time, and Granite Gaming not being able to keep up with the passing plays of Notorious Legion.
That's it, 30 seconds left to get a goal for Granite right now to stay in this. But they'll take it to another overtime at this rate. Ball moving downfield, Meaty going to intercept that. He's got a nice little touch. Doomsday not going to be able to get on the demo there like he wanted. Esmuita with a nice back pass. Keeping this under the control now, Notorious Legion. Down in the opponent's end, they're playing this very smart. Clearance comes out, but it's straight to Esmuita, who wants to get that downfield. Chase on it, and the writing is on the walls right now. This is it, done and dusted. Notorious Legion take game 3 and take match point in this series.
Ooh, but it's not over yet. It's not over by no means. So far, we had 3 games, each a 1-goal affair. And as I said, Granite Gaming needed to do much better in game number 3 after that long overtime that they eventually won. But it wasn't looking like their game in this one, despite having that control at the start, even after conceding. They just couldn't hold on to it. Demolitions didn't come into action, but if Notorious Legion really start using that part of the play in game number 4, I'd say Granite Gaming's chances will be absolutely gone.
Yeah, so again, when you look at that, Granite Gaming, they were looking so much better this game, yet they still lost. So it hurts me to say, should they go back to that slower, more defensive playstyle, Jam?
No. Purely because it's just a slog. I'll be honest with you, Bacon. It is a tactical playstyle. It is, again, a playstyle that either you need to pull off when you're ahead, or when you know that your opposition is perhaps stronger than you, and you would like to really try and endure their attacks and hit them on a counter, or when they're weakest, or when they make a mistake. But I wouldn't exactly say it really sort of worked 100%. As you said, it was just... Yeah. Man, you need to have something extra, and that wasn't an extra. That was just, all right, well, that worked out in the end, I suppose. But look at that. It's Granite Gaming on the attack with the ball. Start for game number 4. Maybe... I would like to see them playing fast but perhaps not loose.
You got to play it fast and loose sometimes, Jan. Don't worry about it too much, because if you're fast and stiff, it's just all going to crumble. You're a bit too fragile, a bit too frigid. Meaty though, lovely control from him. 2 players required to get that away. Using lingering downfield, ready to pick this one up. Just shot wide at target. Didn't really work as a pass into a teammate's. Defenders were ready for it. Meaty, I don't know what he was doing facing net like that, but I won't question it. He's got control of the ball. He's got it away a little bit, but unfortunately lost it just after the jump off the wall.
This play by Granite Gaming was so great, the individual parts of it. There was that pass from the right flank to the left where Doomsday was looking for it. Keep that thought. Espumita, once again, he wants us to be talking about him. Nobody else, especially not Granite Gaming. And that touch by Cash. Inspired? Yeah. I think so. Did he plan it? I hope he has planned on it, because that was perfect to set up Espumita for a goal.
I was going to say, Espumita might be credited with the goal, but that was all Cash there. What a setup in the corner. Like you said, inspired. That's how we want this game to open up. I'm loving it already. Let's see how it develops. This Dead Monster. Oh, lovely little fake to get out, and he's still got control. Got it past Doomsday, but Medivh in the back line hold strong for now. 1 minute 30 into game number 4, and Granite Gaming, this is oh so important for them, because if they lose this one, they are out of Trial 4, and by my calculations, not getting into the finals.
Well, that's going to be rough for them, especially, really, they had their brilliant moments, but right now, seemingly, it is just not clicking for them. They have the individual players that could individually do some great things, and they're trying to make a team effort on it rather than a 3 stars trying to pull the blanket each in on their own side. But it's just not really working out for them, and I see them more often in their defense. Remember that defensive wall from previously? They're getting later and later to the challenges, later and later to the net, and making little mistakes like that. Notorious Legions might, once again, just wait for a mistake to happen on the Granite Gaming side and use it in full force.
And is that because, I was hoping that I'd link up with Doomsy there, did, but just a little bit too late. Is that because Granite Gaming are trying to pick up the speed themselves, and it's a sort of a pace that they're not comfortable with, Jam? Is that what you're thinking like me?
I would expect them to be absolutely comfortable with the speed, but it might be just that they're trying to really force it, and as a result, it's not really comfortable and it's not working. Again, I feel like individually, every single player would be able to keep up, but they're trying to also move around the field as a team. And something there breaks, as if playing faster really shows all the little problems that they're having. There's little misunderstandings that they have. They just happen quicker. You get to them much faster. And as a result, Granite Gaming as a whole breaks down in the face of Notorious Legion.
Well, this is a little bit of what the trials are about, Jam, to give these teams a lot of practice before we get into the RLRS qualifiers. We know the first one, oh, that was lovely. The first qualifier tomorrow is what I was going to say, but look at this. It's almost like they don't need the practice. What pinpoint accuracy coming out from Dead Monster.
And Medin was taken out of that play as well. He didn't get demolished, but the intention was there. Notorious Legion was going for a goalie. And as Meaty makes a miss on the backboard, a costly miss. I'm afraid not the first one they see in this series. Granite Gaming can see yet another. Maybe they can do something of their own. Meaty, he was looking for a pass. I would say perhaps take a shot in that situation. Meaty had a perfect chance to bump out the goalie out of the net, give Granite Gaming a chance. And we saw Granite Gaming scoring from that flank previously, so why not go for that? But they decide for a passing play, perhaps something that will give them a better result, but just not really working out for them. And Doomsy, you just saw that him on the flank, couldn't go for the ball. He was out of boost.
Too slow to that one. Instead, Monster gets it away. Did require 2 players to go up in the air. Meaty. Inception. Doomsy does get a lovely little touch, getting that ball downfield, but Cash strong enough to hold off Esmerita with a good pickup. Doomsy just flying past. There's a lot of pressure coming out there, but right now, Notorious Legion are going to be happy with this. The little fake coming out from Esmerita just shows it, where they just want to keep control of this ball, just keep it away from their net, and it is working.
And if you look at the Granite Gaming's play, they're once again trying to pull out those passing plays, but it seems like they're not used to them. Something about that spacing, about the power on the touches, it's just not working. That steal with Dead Monster could have really sealed the deal for Notorious Legion in this one, and really, with less than 10 seconds remaining, Bacon,
this has got to be dropped
too
down.
soon.
Oh, that is it. We are done and dusted. It is now mathematically impossible, but we'll still get another goal. Esmerita now getting that one up, and if I'm right, I'm going to quickly have a little looky look at it. No, unfortunately, I thought that was his hat trick, but Dead Monster got one as well. Shame.
Well, what can you do? But as I was saying, it was the Granite Gaming that at the very end tried to go, hey, we can open up the defense of Notorious Legion if we start working on our passing plays. But it did seem that that was not something they have worked on previously, something that they were absolutely confident with, or perhaps they were, but in this series, it wasn't showing. Everything was falling off. I could see, this is a great opening. This is a great start. They've got a pass going, and then it was almost always there's someone who is on the receiving end of the pass who wasn't ready for it, wasn't in the right position, just a little bit, or a pass was a little bit too strong. And all those opportunities as Notorious Legion was beaten were then just hitting against the granite wall part in the pond of Granite Gaming, not really being able to continue with that play. And as a result, well, it's a 3-1 to Notorious Legion, just through the fact that they were that much better at finishing up their plays than the Granite Gaming were.
Yep, and unfortunately now, Jam, we've got to cut to a break because we don't have a next game ready just yet. This was the first one in round 3 to finish, so Notorious Legion can deem themselves today as the first team to go through to the quarterfinals. That means they secure themselves at least 3 points from today, because the point structure as it goes is 3 if you make it the quarterfinals, 6 if you meet the semis, 10 if you get to the finals, and then if you win it all, you get 15 points. Add them all up, and then the top 8 teams with the most points go on through to the finals on the 8th of September. So exciting times for these guys. Looking at the results of other games, and it's all still going underway. I can see that in the background, a couple of mods are trying to eke us towards the game, which should be between Exalti versus New Gamblers, whoever wins out of that, and Stratus versus Unique Stars, because Exalti Jam are the only team to win 2 of these open trials, back-to-back nonetheless.
They're absolutely crazy. And not just them, knowing that MCS won the very first cup, I'd say, and it's the French domination. With the exception of the only one
The Get Squad came in?
No. A Belgian player. For a second, I forgot that Belgium exists, so do excuse my confusion. Eversax. But he's from a French-speaking country, so we might can sort of put them together with the French players. It is a French player domination, and really, if we ever had a World Cup for France, it will be a really hard task to put a team, because there are so many options. They could have put about 5 squads, and each one of them will be threatening, will be a force, and will just take out the gold, the silver, and the bronze medal altogether.
Yeah, everyone would be playing by country. France would be playing by city. And that is how France is stacked up at the moment. But for us here, we've got to cut to a break. We'll be back in moments. I'm going to say we don't know exactly, because of course it all relies upon how far these games are going. But we will be back with the quarterfinals after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We know it was a long break, but that's just the problems that happen when you get the first game that finishes in round 3. And we are going into the first game available in the quarterfinals. I'm Digital Bacon. Joined beside me is Jar Jam and Jam. This is going to be one heck of a match. We've got Exalted, like we said, the 2-time champions of these trials, looking to make it 3-time. And we've got Unique Stars, who are a team that have been around since, oh, God knows when.
Yeah, they are one of the classic teams. The other one being Team Shizou, who unfortunately has been knocked out earlier today by Maverick Esports. But it's going to be a huge climb for the side of Unique Stars, despite Zedo, Harry Horlap, and Alexi being in that squad, all fantastic names who themselves have been. Really, I've started casting that already, been playing since then, but they are up against a team that can today become 3-time champion of the Rio Gaming Trials, and I think Exalti will be going exactly for that. Glory all the way through.
Ooh. And this Exalti side, like Exalti's always had a name about itself in the French region, hasn't it, Jam? But this is one that we've got Eversax, like we said, from Belgium. We've got Kirioni or Kerioni Kerian, because it's French, who is French, of course, and Safir, who's Swiss. We've seen him about in the Swiss scene, and he is just arguably the king of the Swiss scene, going up against Zedo, Gary Gorlap, and Alexi. Now, Alexi is the one I want to shout out as the one to look for, purely because he is a new up-and-coming talent, isn't he?
Yep, I've seen him around the scene. I do believe he was a participant during the Frag League $5,000 tournament earlier in the year, and he has been constantly getting in the top position in qualifiers, and he definitely knows how to move the ball around. So here, with this squad, I'd say he might try for a little bit more, especially together with such experienced players such as Harry and Zeta.
Okay, we're just waiting to get these teams on in. I've told them to join, Jam. We're just waiting for them to hop onto the pitch, and there they go. So Bucket's going to be quickly cut into the game any seconds. We get this going. It's Unique Stars in the blue, and that leaves Exalti, the orange side of the pitch. We're at Neo Tokyo. Jam, you know, I'm making lobbies these days, so I'm only picking my favorite maps.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's a map as good as any. It's a pretty one. I'm still so sad that we didn't get to see the Hot Wheels map. Maybe for the finals.
Oh. You know what's coming in the semis, boy.
Oh, I see. Well, a little bit of spoiler for us, I suppose. Right now on the field, both teams pretty eager to start this one strong. Control here and their touches. And look at that. That man you mentioned, Alexi, already going for some double taps.
Yeah, definitely already setting up. And this isn't like, you know, a slow start. These teams are ready. They're warmed up. They've been playing all day long. They're now, of course, deep into the tournament. They are just pinging off each other. Something rotten. Good drop down for Harry Gorlap. That will be found by Safir. Does find Kerian. Zedo just trying to keep that pressure going. Alexi! He dodged it. Oh, no. No. That was so close.
Either he didn't believe his luck or he tried to put a little bit more spin on it and went past him. That opportunity just materialized itself in front of him, but he couldn't finish it through. Still, for Unique Stars, I don't think they should be disheartened. I see them playing oh so well in between each other, spacing that they have, and just the speed at which they get to each other's passes and free balls around the field is impeccable. So I'd say they can be a pretty good opponent for Exalti so far. And right now, I'd say it doesn't really show that Exalti is running away with it, for example.
And Unique Star is always that team that just can't get the final hurdle, just can't get to RORS. Of course, we're looking like it's going to be 8 open spots this season up for grabs. So this should be the chance to shine. Of course, they're putting everything in. I even saw that they've got a 4th man ready to step in, who's just as good. But it's Zedo, the long-time captain, who's stepping up and getting the first goal on the board.
We saw something like that in our previous series between Notorious Legion and Granite Gaming. Putting the ball on the backboard and not clearing it in time just plays so well into the hands of your opposition. And as a result, you saw that that's already one player down on the backboard. So as a result, a player in the net has to stop a shot that is so well aimed, has so much power, you rarely have a chance to stop it.
Safair not able to keep a hold of it. It was a good clearance from Alexi. Eversax with the control. Drills it past one, but doesn't get away clean. Zeto does hit the mark and gets the demo. Harry Horlap to the corner, just trying to get that possession going. Try and build up that sort of midfield wall there and allows Zeto to spawn back in. He's knocked once again. I don't feel that Exalti likes Zeto at the moment.
Nope. All that bullying is really shows up that Zeto is the player, especially after scoring, do you really want to get rid of? No more goals for him. And just opening up an opportunity for himself. Yep, those demos haven't opened a chance for Exalti just yet. But just like in the previous games, a well-placed demolition could really give yourself a chance. And there's... Zephyr had an idea. I'd say that he has a brilliant idea, but either he needed to take a shot, and from that position, that was a tough angle to take, or he needed a player up front, but nobody from Exalti was ever close to getting that pass.
Zeto keeping the ball up in there. There goes Harry Orlap. Does find Eversaxon. That's a good connection with Carrion. Zephyr. Bit too pre on the jump. So, not going to be able to connect with it, but the attack does move downfield. Again, Zephyr just going a little bit wide, but oh, Eversax all on his own. Looks it so good at the same time.
Oh man, he gets the boost as well, and then that sight of a turn, Zeto didn't expect the ball to go in his direction that quickly. And he had Eversax with all that space that has been given for him. Zolti striping their opposition least expects.
Yeah, definitely in those scenarios as well, you would expect Eversax just to retreat back to his own side of the field. But no, he lingers. He does the dirty and makes sure to get the goal. 1 minute 10 still remaining. Anyone's game, but it's Carrion who sees what Eversax does and wants to excel into the lead.
That touch by Harry Horlap set up Exalti so perfectly. They had the player in the spots. Zephyr just plays it up forward. And Carrion, well, that's an easy pass for Carrion to take. As Exalti, just like that, with a snap of a finger, within the span of, what was it, 20 seconds or so? Yeah, from a team that has been trailing behind to almost a team that has been tied against Unique Stars, that they can get that ball through and might get themselves a third one. That is so harsh for Unique Stars right now. They're trying to get on the end of that ball, but Harry Horlap again. That touch was even worse than what he set up his opposition with previously. Unique Stars, well, now in the span of about 40 seconds, have fallen apart completely.
Yeah, Lexi and Zeto are going to be checking him for a while, I reckon, at this point. That's 2 passes to the opponents that he's given off, and that second one not needed, Jam. He had the time to basically retreat a little bit back and then turn around and be more comfortable with the setup. And he just didn't take it. It's almost sheer panic trying to run before you can walk. Alexi, though, we've seen him hit these, but Eversax lies in wait in net.
That was a perfect chance for Unique Stars. Set up the shot, just the power of it was already threatening Zalti, but they couldn't put it through. And with 15 seconds remaining, Bacon, I don't see Unique Stars getting back from this. They don't even have the time to do what Exalti did to them. Just too much time wasted. And here, Carrion, especially with that play, especially with so many players coming in through, Celtic don't need a 4th goal, but on that attack, they almost got it through. And it just shows how dangerous to give them a foot, or an inch rather, and they take the whole foot. And Exalti squad, I'd say right there, they've proved how exactly they have been able to win 2 in a row, and how they're taking a swing at a 3rd one.
Yeah, Exalti, of course. A team that is looking hot right now. Jam, so I can remember when Safair said he was looking for another team. I was expecting him to sign up with the rest of the Servette Geneva roster that he's been playing nationals with, Mirroring and Hello. Of course, both 2 players that are of an incredible level. And I was like, where on earth is he going to go? Exalti, this to me, 3 weeks ago, did not look like a team that would be this strong. Almost because they hadn't really played together that much. So it was out of the blue. And boy, howdy, it can just show. Sometimes players can just form together. It's almost that pickup team wonder we sometimes see. You don't get as much these days, naturally. But in the good old days of Rocket League, where just players would suddenly go, oh, let's just play in a tournament together. and they would be incredible. It's how, some incredible teams like Frontline originally started up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just, hey, let's play together. Hey, we're getting the results going. Hey, look at that! All of a sudden, we're getting into the highest of the tournaments and getting the top spots. So I think we were onto something here. Let's get a sponsor, or let's get a team name that perhaps isn't as silly. We have some pretty silly names for these pickup groups that ended up being some of the powerhouses in Rocket League. And then
Hey, at least we're not getting like the three names mashed together anymore. Like, at least we got Exalti instead of Safkir Sax,
I'm pretty sure that's specifically a thing for Monkey, it seems like. With Xenamoon and later on with his Talkstrap Denies, Monkey Moon, and Mark by 8, I think it was. But here, getting back to the reality and getting back to the action, as Carrion doesn't get the extra touch on the wall, but I don't think he needed either. Zafara was already on the follow-up. Unique Stars were all following the ball, not following the player that was coming in to take the shot. And as a result, no contestant now.
Oh yeah, that was just an unrelenting push forward. All three players ready to hop on it, on the same wavelength, same frequency. It's good to see Zafar taking it to the corner. He's got Zedo, who does actually get Zafar, but the ball gonna be loose and away. Tricky one for Kerrian there. Zedo keeping the pressure going. Alexi blocked on out. Kerrian with no boost. He's gonna try something. It's just not enough to get a goal. It's not a problem though. Definitely looks like Zolti right now, Jam, are in the driving seat.
But it's getting lively from both squads, I say. It didn't stop being lively all throughout the game number 1, really. Both teams just taking it in full force straight from the beginning. But where Exalti starts, the Unique Stars can certainly follow. And in Zedo, that touch just side touch to himself. I'm actually surprised that nobody from Exalti actually went for a saw Carrion on the flank, but that challenge was so late, and Zedo had so much time to really just go through with that ball, throw him his own half, get an extra touch, and just propel the ball forward, and that could have been it for Alexi on the attack, and still can be something, especially if they can't clear the ball through. And Exalti need to take a small breather, otherwise they will be broken down, and that could have been it, Bacon. Didn't end up on target. Unique Stars still controlling the orange half.
The problem is, Jam, they're not being given the time for a breather. Look at that, even when they do get a slight little moment. Harry Horlock coming through with 2 demos, no goals, still scored. Yet though, this is almost criminal when you open up such a big gap like that. Double commit up in the air from Kerrian and Eversax. Kerrian with the ball in field, but no, Zafar not ready for it. Does get the boost, does get the hit away, but that will find Zedo. Zedo taking it corner by a bit of time. Bounced up though, not favouring Unique Stars in this case. Moves down into their end of the pitch, and Zedo tries to clear away, does connect with Alexi very nicely. But that pop up from Eversax is only just to buy time and try and relieve pressure from these wickedly fast counters from both sides, really.
And there's another triple commit. Look at that, Bacon. Exalti are now defending out of their last breath. And really, I feel like it's a matter of time, rather, when the Unique Stars is going to score. Because right now on the field, there's one team that's dominant, and that's the guys in the blue. Exalti keeps them gifting the ball when they're getting an attack of their own. Just they're trying to set up a passing play, but Unique Stars are 2 steps ahead of their opposition and always are ready to read the ball, the pass by Exalti, and then set up such a dangerous counterattack. Then Exalti rarely have a chance to, as you said, get a breather.
And again, this pressure is all coming out from who has got control of the largest stake of boost. Who can just be that etch bit faster. You see Zedo there not having enough boost to continue up in the air, and so drops below it. If he had only just been on the right rotation, and I'm saying the right rotation, they're forcing each other's hands in this case. It's such an incredible game of Rocket League here to see, because some people might look at it and go, it's a little bit sloppy, but it's just purely both teams really slogging at each other and forcing each other right to the limit. You'll notice this ball here, drop of the ceiling. It does require the hit from Zafar there, but that initial touch coming out from Harry kept it away. It's incredible to see right now as both teams are really going at 110%.
Oof, that could have ended up with the goal. Exalti were so close to scoring in, but one first came the blocks, and of course those plays to keep the ball from dangerous positions where a goal will be inevitable. And then just to follow up on it, and a little bit of imprecision by Exalti, they really needed that. Again, chances are not coming thick and fast for them. In the previous game, they were outshot by Unique Stars. Here, it's still the same thing, 11 shots for Unique Stars already, but only 4 for Exalti. But you saw Exalti could score the goals almost on the whim. That was in the game number 1. Here, it's no longer coming out there. And in this one, they are the team that's covering, just because the Unique Stars are firing from all 3 of their guns. And really, for most part of this game, it looked at that had no stopping. Unique Star was just always there in front of Exalti's net.
Can definitely see now as well, Exalti are looking to go into overtime. They're just quite happy to run this out and then regain sort of like a 50-50 control. Because like I said earlier, boost and field control anyway is definitely in favor of Unique Stars. So right now, of course, they'll try and get something off this play, but there you go, hits the ground. We got another overtime here, Jam, and this one is going to be, I reckon, a real interesting one, because both these teams aren't sides that will just go with a defensive style. They'll look to hit this fast and just incredibly wild. But Kerry-Ann and Stafair getting caught up in goal there is a big worry for me.
Yeah, I don't feel confident about that defensive lifestyle by Exalti either. Just putting 2 players on the same spot, it worked out in that situation. Also partly due to the fact that Zedo couldn't get that ground pinch, couldn't send the ball towards the net at a much higher pace. But next time Unique Stars come in, that double commit might not work, and Unique Stars might get a perfect touch. And there we go, a passing play a little bit too far out. Eversax can save it, but then immediately a player comes in from Unique Stars, continuing on to, if there's a block, there's a player on top of that block from Unique Stars trying to keep that ball in play.
Careful though, Exalti are looking to be a little bit revved up. Stafair off the backboard, looking to link up with Kerry-Ann, but good read from Harry Horlap to keep the pressure going. Stafair again out to the side, but that's read by Alexi. Unique Stars are trying to box in Exalti right now. Zedo wanting to be a tank and push it through, but unfortunately one of his tracks had just missed a line. It hands it on over the Eversax. Harry Horlap really picking this one up. And Jam, for me right now, it does come to Eversax. It's been a bit quiet in this game number 2. He's not on the same page as his teammates, but that's right there. Oh, Alexi with the 50-50, forcing that into net. He's going to be grinning ear to ear, and it's almost an evil grin at that.
It's not often do we see a fadeaway shot in Rocket League, but that was exactly it. Really, with his splash touch that Alexi could have done, he flies past it, gets a 5th, just dunks on his opposition. But Zeto's setups was also perfect to get that into Alexi's hands in front of net. It also took a big effort, and Zeto will be pretty happy that not only he was getting the shots on target, but he also setting up some of the fantastic plays. But for Exalti, just like you said, Eversax needs to step up. In game number 2, he was missing on the field, and knowing just how much pressure Unique Stars puts on you, you need all 3 players on the field. Otherwise, all your chances will just go to naught. I think, again, this was a part of those passes that weren't exactly working for Exalti. They were giving their possession away in the attack just by making a pass that wasn't that right. And I think in many of these plays, Eversax might have been that player who wasn't exactly reaching the ball, wasn't exactly perfect or precise with their pass.
Well, Eversax moved into more of a defensive role in that game, more of the 3rd man, where normally he's better as an instigator, isn't he? And I feel it's just the team mixing up a few things using these earlier rounds. I could see Exalti turning things around now, winning the next 2 games in a row. The opposition, it's Unique Stars that have to complete sort of like their progress, because before, I would argue 6 months ago, Jam, Unique Stars or the name just Zedo back in those days, it was with Stake. Were the sort of Community Cup champions through and through. And then over the last 6 months, they quietened down a little bit. They need to come back, and they need to come back kicking and screaming, trying to make a statement here. And that little jump from Zedo couldn't continue onto it. It was a weird one, looking to get so much air off of it.
I'm just quickly going, oh, there's Kerry-Ann. Well, it didn't take too long for Exalti to open up the scoring this one. Also, pretty good play by Zafair. Zafair beat about 2 players in the defense. Unique Stars were chasing the ball, but once again weren't considering the possibilities further. And plus, they just didn't get a proper touch on it. Ball stuck in the middle of the field where Unique Stars were nowhere to clear it through. And Carrion just comes in and says, "Think."
Yeah, that was a troubling moment for Unique Stars there. They're going to have to get a goal of their own. You can see for some reason right now, they're not comfortable on that back line like they were earlier. It's an interesting difference. Eversax popping that downfield. Zedo does get connection with Zafair. Nearly thought that was going to go into the net, but that one will. Zafair 2 times in a row pinching it with his opponent, and it works in Unique Stars' favor.
I'll understand one time, but that second one, to send it down the net at 130 kilometers per hour, I'd say in that moment for Zafair, the time has stopped, or at least slowed down to a halt. And as he was going for that challenge, he couldn't do anything else. He not realized that this is going into the net, and he is absolutely powerless to do anything. And then, of course, the time sped up once again, and that boomer of a shot went in on target. Oh man, well, Unique Stars will be pretty thankful for that, although I don't think they can expect these gifts anymore soon.
Definitely can't expect them as well. That's the slip up, which you can't expect them to do. Once again, Alexi, though, on the ball. He's trying to go for the back board, drop down. Good work from Carrion to keep that away. Zafair as well, trying to push this downfield. It was a nice little pop up in the air. Zedo won't be able to get much from it as Zafair with the pop. Just wanting to be a bit tricksy, move around his opponents. But we have to give credit where it's due. Unique Stars are reading what Exalti are doing very thoroughly.
And those reads are extremely important. Again, you give Exalti, it was one small opportunity to get a passing play that actually gets up until the end, and all of a sudden they're in front of your net and taking dangerous shots. So to nip that in the bud, so to speak, and Unique Stars are removing a majority of threat from their net, and with Exalti being hungry for their second win after really being shut down in game number 2, I think that's the right move for Unique Stars side.
Yeah, you see that as well. The clearance coming out. It shouldn't have been down center, admittedly, because that was straight to Harry Horlap. Able to get this little block. Look at that. And then the follow through in the air. That was so deep into his opponent's end. The reactions to get to that ball was incredible.
Perfectly planned by Unique Stars. They just overwhelmed the defense of Exalti with their players, and especially knowing that Eversax couldn't get a powerful touch on that ball to clear it. And it just set up the play dangling in front of the nets, high up in the air, where Exalti weren't able to go for it. Unique Stars still with their momentum, and on the attack, it's so much easier to get that ball. Just put it on target. Oh, was that on purpose? That almost looked like it was on purpose. Harry Horlap with his shot after the second player coming in from Unique Stars, just faking out the defense that maybe he will take the shot. Nope. There's Harry, not on target, but still very dangerous from Unique Stars.
So Unique Stars once again in the lead. 2 minutes remaining on this one, though. Lots of time for Exalti to come back in as they mount an attack. Alexi does get a block off the side. Zedo, interesting one to send it to the other corner. That'll pass off to Eversax. Brilliant connection with Carrion, and that finds the top right corner. We're squared up 2-2.
Nobody on that flank, and Eversax to make that pass from that position. That was as brilliant as pass as you can get. And Unique Stars, I wouldn't say that was a gift, just like we saw, for example, Zafair giving the ball to the opposition, or some of the other players, or Harry Horlap a couple of times already has given it to Exalti. But
oh, wow.
Harry Horlap no longer gives the ball to the opposition. No, Harry Horlap scores just like that. All 3 players from Unique Stars on that attack. And once again, it's the spacing for Unique Stars. It's how well they follow each other, how well they're ready to take the ball after their teammate has either made a challenge or just left it for you. It works so well for Unique Stars, and just proves that their pressure is everlasting. Not a second for Exalti to breathe to take a break.
Threads the needle, and then a bar down ski on top. Harry Horlap is really stepping it up. Zafair seeing that, just wants to remove him from the game and actually get some nice control on it right now. Oh, not able to get that the whole way. He's used to putting those off in the Swiss scene, but here, up against the top that EU can throw at him, it's not going to be so easy. Carrion Drops it down to Eversax. That's a good bounce out. Kerry-Ann set that up for Eversax, and that was beautiful.
You can say that again, Bacon. That was as perfect as it gets. Just one small drop. Eversax continuing with his momentum. He had so much speed and so much space, since on that flank, Unique Stars were totally beat. Oh man, it's just those little plays. You saw flashy aerial plays, you saw flip resets, but something like that, I'd say that might even take more.
Not another one.
Oh, please, no. It's a fair. Actually, he can't exactly really blame him that much for it.
It's still
but
another open net, though. No
Yeah.
one ready for a big, long booming hit like that. It's worrying. Exalti are near enough perfect apart from that fact where they space themselves out so much that they can't get these quick little pop shots saved.
Maybe they can get something from Unique Stars, but it's a fair. I think it was again on the end of that pinch. That pinch just went one more time away from net Unique Stars and dangerously in the vicinity of Exalti's side.
Danny in the background is not enjoying this right now. The defense, that is. And you can see why. Another hit coming off from Harry Horlap, who is just seeing opportunities in front of him, and he's taking them time and time again. So much so that he's just got himself a hat trick.
Man, it is getting, as Danny would say, dubious. Actually, that's getting pretty dubious, I feel.
I don't think that's the right word.
We'll figure out.
Check on this. Yeah. We'll have a look at the VODs. We'll see what Danny says. And maybe, just maybe we'll pick it up. But I don't think we've got to that stage just yet, Jan.
We couldn't dare, but one way or the other, Unique Stars, they just found out so many open opportunities. For some of them gifted to them by Exalti, some of them just through the sheer force of them pushing it through. They know exactly how to drive and dance around the Exalti side. Man, it is paying dividends. 5 goals, that's more goals scored than the whole of the game number 2 and 1. Not combined, but we had a 3-1 from Exalti and then a 2-1 through the overtime for Unique Stars. And now the goal bonanza seemingly have started. And if previously Exalti could convert their small amount of chances into goals, here though, when defense is so open from them, something that you mentioned during the game, Bacon, that fact that just nobody in the defense, too many open lanes, nobody is ready to save those long pot shots. Exalti just can't keep up despite scoring 3.
Because that's really the be-all and end-all of it. You've always got to have a player ready in between the ball and your net. There's always got to be a player ready there to make a save. No matter what, it's just purely because of pinches. 50-50s can go awry where you get a big booming shot like we've seen numerous times here. And that's just one area that Exalti have left open. Now it's coming down to that space where they're playing very fast and they're trying to get themselves maneuvered around the pitch before, but it's not working. They've got to change something up, otherwise they will be punished again. Seeing demos come out, Eversax with a clear. Lexi setting up for Zedo now, who is up. But Sefer finding the way out. But Harry Horlap once again positions himself so well for the reception of the ball in the midfield.
I'm not sure if he exactly had the perfect touch for it, but at the very least, he got his hands on it. And right here, as the seemingly Unique Stars still have the control, not only they have the control, they have the goal as well, Bacon. Look at that individual effort by Alexi. Well, Kerry-Ann.
Zedo, look.
Yeah.
Came in for the demo. That's when Kerry-Ann had to jump up, and Alexi's great at ones. So that was just right into his playbook anyway.
It worked out perfectly for them. Kerry-Ann played the smart way, not commit to the challenge too quickly. Just let the opposition take the first flip, takes the first shot, and then react to that one. But with a player chasing you down like Zedo did there, no, Kerry-Ann was in such a horrible position to make that play.
I'm expecting something fantastic is going to pop up very soon, Jam. I can feel inklings of magic just sitting about. So that's a nice little 50-50 to get the ball up. Alexi doing all he can to stall the ball up in the air and does very good on that. Eversax with the pickup. 50-50 not going his way, and Alexi picks up the 100 boost. Kerry-Ann down center. Zedo with the clearance away. Does find it into the orange end. That's a nice ball to center, but no one ready to pick it up. And Harry Horlap gets it to Zedo. That's a great little link in passing play, but Sefer intercepts it right there. Kerry-Ann right down the center gets a beautiful goal.
Oh, Zafer just stays with the ball up until the wear, and Zafer was almost in the way of that touch. But I don't think anyone from Unique Stars were expecting for that play to happen. And Alexi, despite being in the net, you knew that he was beat. Right the moment that pass came in through, just staying there all net at the mercy of Kerry-Ann. Kerry-Ann puts it right where Alexi can reach.
Now you can see Exaltia getting a bit fired up. They're picking up the pace, picking up the power on their shots as well. Sefer want to drop that down for Kerry-Ann, who will chase onto, gets another touch. Zedo not ready for that, but giving way too much space. The back pass comes out. Zedo lingering around on the ground. His opponents are the ones to watch. As Sefer up in the air, not able to finish off, didn't have the boost, nor can Kerry-Ann. Eversat's keeping this pressure going, but now it's got to get into retreat for the Exalti side. Kerry-Ann keeping this under his control, 50-50 to Zedo. Ball up high in the air, Sefer up in the air once again, not able to receive it properly. Alexi gets it away as Eversat keeps under his control. Going to have to retreat out there. Zedo is on the ball as Kerry-Ann want to get round to middle. Sefer with very little boost. Lings it in the corner, buying time for his teammates to get the ball and get out of dodge as that's moved down to center. Alexi wanting to just keep this going, but no, Sefer is fired up, able to get the clearances away. Harry Horlap looking for the corner, not able to get past Eversax though, but Eversax so low on boost, not able to keep it under his control. Zedo picking up, he's got options now with Alexi just retreating behind, but there is Harry Horlap with a miss. Not what he wants in that scenario, and the play is broken down.
It feels like both of the teams have sitting up straight in their chairs, got their game faces on, and really are not letting anything slip by past them and themselves as they're setting up so many hard plays. Hasn't worked for any of the teams just yet, but you can see that the goal is just mere inches away since those setups are almost too good. Unique Stars couldn't get through with their ways. Some dangerous chances in front of the nets for them. And Exaltia, they're trying to put a passing play of their own, and it's almost getting through as well. This might be an overtime, but just through the sheer magic of both teams somehow keeping their net alive.
Now you can see Unique Stars wanting to slow it down just a little bit. Try and really mix up the pacing and throw Exalti off. This is a lovely little dribble from Zedo. Everyone really caught off guard by that one. Alexi, like you said, the ones player wouldn't have loved that to stay up in the air, but that's kept away by Kerry-Ann. Zedo dropping it down. Sefer first to get onto it. Eversax and Kerry-Ann near the ball. Alexi going to hold it off in defense for just long enough, but there's Sefer once again. The bounce out to center. Eversax versus Zedo, but Zedo gets it on past Kerry-Ann up the wall, beaten by Zedo. Sefer, the only man back, tries to keep this away, and Eversax will have a chance here now, moving it off. Zedo down to center, a beautiful link up with Alexi, and that has got such a wonderful goal.
Oh my god, the amount of power that he put on the end of that one, the precision that he got on it as well. Alexi had Exalti beaten the moment that pass went in his direction. That was lovely. That was the same passing play that Exalti were trying to make, just wasn't working out in their favor. And man, Exalti, I've praised them so much about getting their chances going. Speaking of them, there's Kerry-Ann in front of the net. They still can keep the ball alive, but not enough players. Nobody went for that challenge, and that mighty clear almost results in yet another goal for Unique Stars. It surely results in the whole series for them breaking. That's a 3-1. And we won't have a 3-time no more. Exalti will be going into the finals. Certainly those points that they've already accumulated will be just enough for them to maybe even take the first seed. But Unique Star just shown that the king, the undisputed king, can definitely be defeated.
Jam, why did we not make these best of sevens? I wanted more of that. That was such a fun series. That was just, so good. I can't wait for the semi-finals, of course. Danny in chat saying, nah, make it a best of 9. He misses those early days. We call him a madman for it. But without further ado, Unique Stars take down the reigning champions, Exalti. 2 wins was all they were good for. Of course, they'll get another 3 points from today for making it to the quarterfinals. But Unique Stars looking to be on the warpath as they move into the semi-finals. They're going to go up against the winners of Maverick Esports and Flump Resont. I love that team name. It's so ridiculous. But however, we will be moving to the other side of the bracket, Jam. We've already got No Horizon ready and waiting there, and they're going up against the winner of Classic 3 and Total Schneiden. This is going to be a great rest of the tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, plus it will be some of the teams we still haven't seen yet. Classic 3, Total Shadow, or No Horizon. No Horizon beat Notorious Legion Esports. Notorious Legion Esports, once again, have finished in top 8. So I'd say they had a pretty good chance of qualifying for the finals. Yep. But it's going to get only spicier from this point on.
It will indeed. So guys at home, don't go anywhere. Actually, you've got enough time. So do go somewhere. Go downstairs, pour yourself a glass of water, squash, juice, a cup of coffee maybe, or tea, whatever you fancy. Get yourself an old bag of popcorn because you're going to need it, because the next matchup is the semi-finals here on Rewind Gaming. We'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back, you lot. How's it going? We're coming into the semi-finals here at Rewind. We're going to be moving on into lower half of the bracket. I say lower half, not as in a double bracket elimination. I literally mean if you type ! bracket now into Twitch chat, it is literally a game, the second game at the bottom. It's Total Charm versus No Horizon. I'm Digital Bacon. Joining me in the casting booth, of course, because we're going to be here all day, is the Jar Jam. And Jam, what are you thinking of this matchup? Because we were not expecting, I'd say, these two teams to make it here.
I mean, why not? But then on the other hand, if you look at that bracket that Digital Bacon has helpfully provided everyone in Twitch chat with, you would think perhaps Team MCES would go through the bottom half of the bracket. They won the very first of the qualifying trials, and yet they fell in even before the top 8 to Classic 3s. Classic 3s then themselves were defeated by Total Shonen, who we'll be seeing today, or right now on your screens, versus No Horizon. Through the bottom bracket, Discombobulators, previously always finishing in top 8, were beaten by No Horizon. Then No Horizon, of course, beat Notorious Legion, who we saw on stream. That was a pretty aggressive matchup against the Grinded Gaming that we saw, but No Horizon seemingly was able to deal with that. I'd say now I'm just excited to see exactly what is so great about the two of these teams that got them through here. And really, they've already been in the final stages. Again, that's top 8. That is, both of them. Total Shonen finished second in the second cup. And No Horizon managed to get into the top 8, but no further than that in very same tournament.
Yeah, today's been a day where any team can win it. And for me, I love that because that just sums up the whole EU region, of course. We will talk about the depth of EU, and it just comes down to on the day who takes the win. Of course, No Horizon here. For me, Jam, no names essentially. Boom Quick, Kier Monster, and Camis. Not really heard of much of them. I don't think we got to see them, of course, last Sunday. On the opposite end, Total Shonen, Rizex, Domain, and Coca. Now, this is a team. Rizex and Coca have been together for ages. You know, I can remember when they were playing ages ago with Stocky. Didn't quite work out, so Domain coming in. And Domain, oh, you must remember the old Team Enjoy days, you know, with him really leading the charge there. So it's an exciting one of how Total Shonen, for me, are these OGs from the scene, essentially, from the community scene, and No Horizon, these up-and-coming monsters, because, I mean, they've got Kier Monster on their side, of course, but this is the new prospects, you know, that could cause quite the upset. They already have today, but how much further can they go?
There could be a perfect chance for them. Total Shonen, of course, will be hard on their track. This is a team that has been sticking together for quite a bit now and winning tournaments, not just participating in them, not just getting high enough, no, winning tournaments. Majority of them being those that the ESM was hosting previously, but now well, here on the field against a team of 2 Spanish players, that Kier Monster, Boom Quick, and I believe Kamzi might be Turkish, but you don't want to quote me on that one. Together, they they might go all the way down to the finals, or through to the finals. You don't want to go down in the finals. One way or the other, there's a chance for them to get those 15 points. Really, that will really cement their place in the very final bracket that will be happening on September the 8th.
Yep, and this match, of course, taking place on Rivals Arena, the better Champions Field, Jam. I do say so myself. Oh, look at that. Kamzy, what are you doing that far pushed upfield? You cheeky little monkey.
And just in time, as Ryzex takes too much time, takes the play too slow. He ain't a flick over there. I don't think he saw Kamzy coming in so fast to challenge him. That ball gets stolen by No Horizon. Kamzy scores. And according to Dannyboy, Kamzy is Dutch. So there you have it. Not exactly a full-on German team like Total Sudden is. But Kamzy, together with his Spanish teammates, right now has started pretty strong against Total.
Name being called into question. Coca, what can you do here? Throw it downfield, but look at this on both sides, on both corners. The lads of No Horizon have a player there ready, literally in the wings. Kamzy, not going to be able to get that past Coca. He's slowing things down. We can see Brink Quick there, and has to beat him, but can't. Dumain setting up an option, and there is the drop from Ryzex. A lovely little response.
And the bump in the net as well. Coca initially set up the play, then continues his path through the goal line, bumping out, I believe, out here Monster. And as a result, that's an open opportunity. Yes, No Horizon still had two players to try and stop it afterwards, but really, after your goalie was out of position from that point on, Total Sudden just have full carte blanche in front of No Horizon's net.
Ryzex, though, what can he do with this? It's a nice first touch, good second one. Dumain looking to close that on in. Does get that past one. But Coca, a little bit too reserved in that scenario. Dumain, like it, slow it down, let your teammates get back, and then just strike. And strike he does. Getting the demo come out, Kamzy. Let's get the 50-50 in, yeah, but Ryzex keeping the attack going. Dumain just wide of it, and Coca reeling back in. He's winding up. You can see he's still got 50 in the tank. A nice little pop up and over. There was Dumain up in the air, not able to get onto it. Nor can Ryzex right there. Coca still wanting to chase down this ball. Literally the definition of a ball chaser right now, but he's keeping the pressure up.
For the next one, they really need to coordinate it between each other. Otherwise, that was a double commit on the ball. And really, Coca perhaps had a bright idea going with it, but he didn't get anything going with that one. He messed up his player. And if mistakes like that happen in defense as well, so far it has been so pretty much solid for Total Sudden, then the goals might come, and not for them, but for their opposition using those mistakes.
Being quick, tried to get a shot on, didn't make it past the last lines. Ryzex. Let's get a good little touch, and he wants to chase onto it, but a bit wide, Kia Monster. Let's make a charge downfield. Dumain holds onto it very nicely. A little bump I saw down in the middle there as well was cheeky from Coca. Kamzy. A little bit short, and when you do a sort of like you call it a run-on, a through pass, Jam, in football. Essentially, when you want to make a pass, you got to put it in front of your teammate, in front of your teammate's car. In the case of Rocket League, because if you put it directly to him, they've got to stop on the spot, and momentum is everything in Rocket League.
Yeah, the big M word, and this is how we saw a couple of passes in the previous series, just not exactly going. Players mostly were putting the ball way too hard for someone to chase, but the idea was there. Here we might perhaps see the opposite being true. As another attack comes in, Kamzy takes all of that time. Outflips the opposition, but also outflips the net, and that's, in a way, quite a big note.
Indeed, Dumain. Oh, gets it past being quick, but he's got no boost. What can he do here? Try to set that up. Not going to find teammates. Being quick does get the touch downfield. Dumain still onto it. Look at the pace of this Total Sudden side, being able to get left, right, center, anywhere you want them, they'll be there. Dumain.
I'm sorry, Bacon. I still see Coca sort of clashing with his teammates' ideas, still going for the plays that sort of not really figuring out what he needs to do. He wants to be the star, but I think as a result, he doesn't really come together with his teammates on the same place, and they have him and two of his teammates have the competing ideas. And that shot, well, whatever idea you had, that was almost untakeable. Top left corner with Killer Monster getting all of the power on it. Koka, no chance.
Near enough perfect, that shot there. You couldn't have asked for anything better. So hard to reach, it beat two players. Of course, you're talking about star players. I've been looking at Rizex's car, and that is a dazzling beast right there. Like, that's how you show off.
It is a bedazzled Octane, but we see on the field, really throughout the day, a lot of variety of cars. Mudcat is coming into play. I've heard players saying that, hey, this is even better than the Octane. And let's see, I feel some of the players have already been testing that out and saying, yeah, seemingly that's exactly it. But No Horizon take it through. Really, it was an even game, sort of ish, until you look at the stat line. And with 12 shots to the No Horizon, to only 4 by Total Schaden, all that German firepower sort of disappeared in a moment. And it was No Horizon who stole that game on the very end. But you could see that No Horizon were testing out Total Schaden again and again and again and again. Took Domain 5 saves to make that scoreline a little bit more manageable.
My question though, Jam, is the Mudcat as good as the Fennec? That's
going to be the
there.
big test right now, really, because Fennec, especially with Chaussette really showing what you can do with that car. After that, all of a sudden, Fennec started popping out in every single spot. People were buying these cars, just not content with just getting them out of the box. They needed to have a Fennec. So Fennec versus Mudcat might be the new thing, and if it breaks the Octane domination, that'll be quite a change in the Rocket League, knowing for how long there was you could expect an Octane to be in every single game. Here, though, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. We've got all the players into the lobby, just waiting for the countdown, where it has just begun. Game number 2, Jam. No Horizon taking game 1. Again, they are on the upset path here today. Total Schaden, though. Seeing a lot of good stuff from them. They've just got to be a bit more concrete with their rotations. The demo coming out from Rizets could cause a little bit of an upset. Oh, they nearly getting the connection, Kamzy. Up in the air. Good little push downfield, but Koka intercepts that beautifully to really break down any opportunity for an opening play from the No Horizon side. That is an absolute banger downfield, but couldn't connect with Dumain.
And right now, it's No Horizon themselves who are trying to stop Total Schaden from stringing a couple of passes. It seems like it's just, again, inches from scoring something. There's always someone, though, at the end from either of these teams in defense stopping the ball, not allowing that passing play to come to fruition.
Okay, up in the air. Koka will easily be able to hop onto that and wants to chase it downfield. Let's see what he can do. Not much as Boon Quick just slows it down, making it really awkward to read. Past 2 players. Rizex does actually hold onto it. Didn't think he'd be able to, and gets a brilliant little touch to knock that downfield with a clear. Koka with the pressure. Rizex needs to jump up this, but it looks like he's got no boost. Dumain going to allow Koka to step on in as he goes out wide. He'll be able to finally get onto the ball now, but with 34 boost, he's trying to be wise with this one. He knows the tricks of the trade, knows how to get that ball in center, and knows how to wait for his teammates to line up ready for a reception. You can't take it on your own. We saw that earlier. You need teammates' help, but sometimes that's not even enough as the defense holds strong for No Horizon.
Total Schaden, I feel like, weren't putting players up quickly enough. There was an opportunity as No Horizon's defense was not fast on the ball or didn't want to commit on the ball, but nobody from Total Schaden was coming in through. They still kept the ball in that blue side for a long period of time. It seemingly didn't help him in the end, as just not enough, just weren't there quick enough. And by that time, No Horizon were able to recover, and in the end, not only to bring the ball on the other end of the field, but also threaten Total Schaden's net with shots like that one.
Demo's coming out from Kamzy. He tried to go for a second one onto Rizex. He got Koka, but that was so close. Boon Quick locked out by 2 defenders. Kamzy versus Dumain. Dumain not going to be able to get a touch on that one. Kamzy putting it up high. Big clearance coming out from Rizex, looking for Dumain. Does knock it towards net, and that's a pressured ball. Rizex chasing this down. He wants to get in the way, but no, backs off. Interesting little contrast there. Committing halfway down the field and then falling back. I'm a little bit worried for those half-hearted attempts.
I mean, with those half-hearted attempts, just comes in opportunity on the other end of the field, and man, it just wouldn't be working out for them. But you see these exchanges, man, it's just getting more and more contested in the midfield right now. The ball rarely even crosses that line. But challenges continue incoming in. You don't rarely see there's a shot coming in straight on target. There's usually someone up from either of the teams. Right now, it's No Horizon trying to throw a player up against the ball in the air on the ground just to try and stop it. And
Bravo.
man, oh man, was that lovely from Dumaine. Backwards, no look. He stopped for it even. I love that the most. He stopped in a perfect spot to take that pass off the backboard. The pass to himself, that is.
Well, so he saw the double commit on the net and both players dropping down. He saw the one man coming out on the ball, so if he knocked off to the right, the players in net wouldn't have the time to be able to fully readjust and assess the situation. They'd just have to throw themselves out. So it was a calculated move to do the pass back to himself with the wall. Oh, so close there from Boom, quick. And there comes Kamsi, mop and bucket in toe to clean up this spill in defense. Two completely different goals, but both taken a lot of thought to create.
Yeah, Boom quick. His delay allowed him to get so close to the net, and despite total shot being able to put a stop on it, that took two players forward, which then in return allowed Kamsa to just, with the bop and the bucket, as you say, Bacon, just come in and clean up the whole messy situation.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be that player to pull out Jam's duty. That is it. It's not a pretty job, Jam, but someone's got to do it. You're not going to get fancy goals. You're not going to get, everyone screaming about you being the best player there, but you're a vital part of the team, of course. Dumaine beaten by Boom Quick, and this is right down into the back lines of Total Shenanigans. They're going to be scared right now, going to be a little bit nervous. Coca moving that out. Rizek's not going to be able to get a touch. That's a good infield pass, but Boom Quick not ready for it. Drops off. Ooh. Really a great little cheeky play from him as well.
It was worked out, but we saw a perfect example of that pass to your teammate in midfield where you need to get a run-on pass in front of the car. That Boom Quick perhaps was not ready, but I think that pass just came into his side rather than up front. That passing opportunity was there, presenting itself so perfectly. This couldn't really convert, and Boom Quick and Kamsa.
Oh my god, what a goal!
Coca just surprises us out of nowhere. Look at that. He comes in from another flank. He was just in the attack a moment ago. And in previous situations, Coca's individual place, his desire to score on his own, to just do something, even perhaps cut in front of his teammates, was not working out for him. Here, staying in the play and really just crossing the play. Now this comes into the net. Total Shannon. I think Ryzex was inspired by Coca's play previously. Look at that, he was waiting for that pass all the way through. One after the other. Two of the best goals of the tournament so far, I think.
I've seen the film Gone in 60 Seconds, Jam, and this is just one uptick. Gone in 10 seconds flat. Not going to allow even a comeback on that one. Total Shannon looking head-to-head throughout the entirety of Game 2, but come down to the last 20 seconds, and they pull the rug out from underneath No Horizon's feet. Total Shannon, thank God you've just woken up, because we want to see more of that.
And aren't we in luck? It's the best of 5, so this means that at the very least we'll get 2 more games of this hardcore action. Boy, Total Shannon.
Why am I on my own in the server? Has it gone down for everyone?
Indeed it has, because what we just saw
was too much to set the
goals,
handle.
It's too much for a server. I can in this case I can sympathize with Psyonix. I mean, they can't possibly have servers that can deal with that kind of play. The only problem is, I feel like this kid.
Bucketman's in a game. What? I'm going to join him. Oh, he's out. Okay. Okay. Because I'm the one making the servers today, so I was very confused by that. Let me just quickly tell the lads that is back up, so they know. I'm waiting for you to join in. There we go. So we actually do have a server, because if you don't join in, that's like we've got a little bit of a problem here when it's not wanting to pull your party into a game. But we're all good. Looking here, like I said, Jam, I prefer this map over Champions Field. We saw someone in chat as well say, like, why is this not in the map rotation? I have no clue, but I love it nonetheless. It's just so vibrant, and for me, I love like the fire beacons or whatever just behind the goals on each side. They look so cool.
Yeah, they look absolutely lovely. It might be a little bit too colorful for some of the players. This map reminds me of the the space, the Arc Starbase.
It's Champions Field, Jam. Literally copy paste. It's the can I copy your homework meme, you know? And it's just like, oh, just change it up a little bit. All they did was just make it more colorful and add like those old school Hot Wheels tracks.
Yeah.
I loved them as a kid, actually. I think I had it was like the octopus one or whatever, where it just had like weird tentacles slamming about on the tracks. It's really cool. Hot Wheels is cool, yeah. And that is how casters feel Silent Air. We've only got one team in. We're still waiting on the boys from No Horizon who have just got back in. So let's tell them to join. There we go. Because we want to see more of this game. We want to see more of those goals come out from Rizex and Coco because they were crazy. Jam has lost connection. That's why he wasn't talking to me. Oh, so now I just got a solo cast. That's fine. I can do that. Cracks Knuckles gets ready for this because it is game number 3, ladies and germs. We are getting underway. This would be to take the lead. What a save coming out there from Coca. Rizex pushing this up in the air. That's a brilliant follow through from Coca once again. Not enough boost to chase onto it. Boom quick. Beaten by Rizex. Into the corner with Kamsi's dropping it down as Dumain not able to get the touch. Nice little slide there from Boom Quick as well. Infield pass, but no. Miscommunication between teammates. When a demo from Dumain onto Gear does just absolutely open options. Coca going too high. Rizex not expecting that one. Has to retreat out of it. Does get onto that ball, however, to keep the pressure going. And that's a nice pop up in the air, but Kamsi's will be the one to pick it up. Dumain, that's a cheeky little touch, but not going to be able to get past Boom Quick. The pacing of this game is just something else right now. Dumain off the backboard, lining it up for a teammate. It is to Coca, who's got the flick, but it's just flicked too damn far. Too much boot behind that ball, and it will stop that entire play, giving an opportunity for No Horizon to move downfield. Kamsi's going to try and keep that down into the orange half. Like we said, this map is so vibrant, you can definitely see which side is which, with Kia Monster moving from the blue end. Rizex kind of now. Kamsi's once again, that's a drop down. Waterfall hit, but Dumain saw everything of that and closed it on out when he needed to most. Real dangerous moments between these two teams as they are just absolutely scrambling for everything while still making it look so good. Up on the backboard there, you saw Coca trying to be so cheeky, and he's still lingering around. So is Dumain. They've got to retreat back in defense so quick. Kia Monster actually losing control of that will give a bit of breathing room over to the total standard side. Rizet's going up. He's only got so much boost to work with, wanting to go for a pass, but Coca was just way too far back on that one. You're definitely going to see now both teams try and settle down into the midfield after you've had such an explosive start, ladies and gentlemen, at home. Like, they're going to want to just try and take this with lots of solo, slow attempts. Notice it off the backboard, one off the other. The breakdown midfield is going to be important. Dumain reading that very nicely. Coca stepping on in. Rizex down center. It will just come down to a lot of pressured balls like this right now. Coca reading it very well. Nice little pop-up, but Kamsi's going to keep that away. Oof. Real disastrous moments, and somehow we've already got past 3 minutes in no time at all. I love it when we get high-octane action in Rocket League. That's going to be a dangerous bounce out, nicely read there from No Horizon to get that down into the orange end of the pitch. Nearly a cut in from Kia Monsters. Dumain takes out the width, lines up with Rizex. Coca not able to get onto that one. Dumain able to find that into the crossbar, down, but not the net. It pains me to see a play like that not rewarded, and so with that one, you're not going to be able to get anything on it. So close, no cigar. He wants to keep that away at the moment. Tollschneiden all in control, but the defense holds on. It's almost like the Granite Gaming match from earlier, where they're just able to keep rock solid in those defense, no matter how many shots are put on target here. Tollschneiden off to the side, being quick, does beat Rizex to the ball, but Rizex backing off very carefully. He's got the flip reset, not going to help with that close to the ground domain. Read well by Kamzes with a big clear away. Rizex up into air. He does have boost to chase onto this. Kim Monster knocking that away. Where is Dumain? Where is Coca? Coca just being able to get onto it. Dumain wanting to get a cheeky touch. Lines up in front of the net, but no drop down found because Kamzi, a big old unit, is getting in the way of that one. Seconds. Jarjam back in the lobby. And he's missed way too much of this. I feel sorry for you, Jam, right now, because it has been spectacular so far, even with it being 0-0.
I haven't missed a single goal, Bacon, so I think I'm fine. I bet the goal is going to happen right now. They were waiting for me specifically.
No, let's get an overtime. I feel like this match deserves it. Definitely both teams looking to, just allow it to go into overtime. There you go. So basically, Jam, you're coming in and we're just going to have a one-goal game. That's what it's like right now.
Efficient. That works out for me. Why play for a long period? Well, they play for a long period of time, I suppose, but why just go through all that?
Imagine if Rocket League actually was just golden goal and like best of 15 or something. I want to try this out. That could be a really cool mix-up, but this ain't a mix-up. Coca just reading a drop off the backboard so well, and that shuts down what was such a hectic, such a havoc, such an enticingly entertaining game number 3.
Again, since I have missed the whole action, Bacon, you might need to help me out here, but it does seem like the Tollschneiden were having the most control of this game just based on the amount of shots that they've taken. With No Horizons 3 at the end of 5 minutes, meaning that we really haven't been getting any of their opportunities up front.
Yeah, so what I likened it to earlier was the Notorious Legion versus Granite Gaming series we casted, Jam, where Tollschneiden, like Notorious Legion, were just always power. No Horizon were just very defensive, stuck in their own half. You can see that just by the stats on the screen now. And from what we saw earlier, just definitely the team that's got a lot more control of the ball, a lot more possession, a lot more aggressiveness does win out in the end.
I mean, that's rule. Unless something goes horribly wrong or the opposition's defense is that strong. Sometimes that aggression, it just amounts to nothing. You try out, take all these shots, but it just adds a number. You're not threatening with the shots. They just go immediately into the defender. You can break that defense. Still, it pays off to have so many opportunities on shots. And something you just can't convert, and then your opposition uses that 1 or 2 chances they've got, and bam, they got themselves a win. And from game one, this can even snowball into a series win.
So let's see, 30 seconds already gone by. That's it. Gone 3.4 whatever, 1-4, ain't it? Whatever. I ain't gonna make a math joke because I'm not smart enough for that one, Jam, to be honest. 40 seconds by now. And you can see this game's, I would say it's not like dead, but it's quieting down a little bit. A lot of longer distance plays coming out from both teams. Rizex though there, uncertain of what to do with that. Luckily gets a demo. I don't think he really planned on it, but it's questionable coming into game 4 as both teams are probably quite exhausted after that game 3.
Yeah, just to have a non-stop 5 minutes where really you just can't put your controller down. There was no goal, so you can't just say, all right, well, this finally, please, I don't know. It's a time to scratch my nose. You don't have a time to even scratch your nose during those 5 minutes of that action. So here, I can say the same thing where the game has slowed down and it almost feels dead, but only compared to how fast it was previously. It is still a pretty high-paced affair. And here when the open net, Dumain he had a chance of not making that touch. Look at how awkwardly he drops on that ball. That could have gone a different way. How was he? I think he was trying to style on it, but I think he almost signed his own, like, a awkward, not exactly a death warrant, but he could have really missed that one.
It really could have, but it was all set up by that demo earlier on. Sometimes, yeah, you don't have to get fancy. Just a tactical demo can remove the man retreating back, rotating into defense. Dumain with a nice little turnaround there. Normally, it should be the one going back into defense, but no, saw the opportunity, turned on it, clever. Does create this pressure you're seeing right now. Kamsi doesn't have an incredible amount of boost. That's where you can see him just letting it fall. Gets good control on the drop. But picked up by the defense of Toshinarden. Toshinarden jam right now. Of course, 1-ups. They should be in control of this game, but they let it loose. They can recover because they've got pace. They have got a lot of pace this side. But that was almost a bit too risky for me.
Yeah, with just one goal to their name, I don't think they want to be taking any extra risks right now. I think they're trying to use that more of an aggressive playstyle where risks might come against you just to get that second goal to really extend their lead. But with the way that No Horizon really has not even been allowing Total Shadow to move out of their own half, I think that risk playstyle should be brought to zero, and instead of it, a little bit of a more careful approach, or just at least try and keep the ball to yourself and see if you can create something with it. Not exactly something immediately dangerous, something like this perhaps. This all comes down to all the passing play and that fantastic finish that Koga somehow still manages to get to his teammate Rises.
2-0 now in this series, Jam. Not a massive amount to talk about with that last go, but 2 minutes left to go. Yep, Danny's just updated the scoreboard for you. Chardon are in the lead right now. They could play such a defensive game and just hold, but I don't feel like they're doing that. They're going to just keep this offense going because the best defense is a great offense, isn't it, Jam?
Yeah, it works out for you just well. We saw in that game previously in our series where just 5.
Oh, close.
There goes Koga. He had to score now when No Horizon were too deep in the net to make any kind of save on that one. So Koga just comes in and once again clean up duties. But yeah, we saw that even when the game goes a little bit too hectic, a little bit too wild, it's when you start scoring more than your opponent and it really works out in your favor. And here, goals are just keep on coming with nothing from No Horizon really. They're right now they're trying to break through, but they're getting in the right spots. That shot could have been great. None of that wasn't on target. Dumain was already there and ready. Total Shadow both have the power and the attack. And always someone in the defense so far who can stop No Horizon.
I just love how you say duties. It just... It's funny. But Jam, this is looking like the nail on the coffin right now. 3-0 with 1 minute left. I mean, it's not impossible for No Horizon, but with the control being laid down, even in this sort of defensive state, Total Shadow just don't seem like they're going to drop this right now. Look at that breakaway. Oh, does get a touch Kamsi there, but the demo come from Boom Quick will hurt this turnaround. You can see right in the midfield. They've got control. I reckon they've got this series now. It's harsh for me to call so early on, but everyone at home can feel this as well, can't they, Jam?
With 30 seconds remaining and 3 goals scored, I don't see it happening from No Horizon. They haven't had those sudden spurts of goals here and there. It was Total Shadow with those fantastic plays by Koga and Ryzex in game number 2 to just steal the game from under the nose of No Horizon. No Horizon themselves haven't scored more than 2 goals in these series so far. The best effort they had was in game number 1 where they scored 2. Then the next one they scored 1. And here they almost had something, but just like in the previous game, they come off the field with the 0 to their name. And with Total Shadow proving for the 3rd game in a row, hey, they are the bosses around here. And I'd say that fashion was a pretty strong one. No Horizon, maybe a up-and-coming team, but there's still a lot to up and go about. There's still, that's European scene for you. You might think you are the hot stuff, but there's so much hot stuff around as well.
I mean, we have to say, No Horizon doing incredibly well, getting through to the semi-finals. I don't know where they will place. We'll have a check at the end of the tournament and confirm our top 8 teams, Jam. But I can imagine them just slipping in. They've been doing good so far. Let's just see, of course, at the end of the day. But for us here, we're going to have to close out this game. And quickly looking at the bracket, how's the other match going? Unique Stars versus Flump Result. I'm just going to pull straight from the API what the current scoreline is. It is looking like they're just in game 2, Jam. 4-1 was the first game by Unique Stars over Flump Result, so we could be waiting a little bit with this upcoming break. But after the break, ladies and gentlemen, we will be bringing you the grand finals of Cup number 4, Trial number 4. Winner of this, I reckon, is guaranteed a spot, a very favorable spot into the finals in 2 weeks' time. That's right, the finals take place September the 8th. The top 8 teams from across all 4 of the trials will be making it through there, and a chance to go in a single limb knockout tournament. Top team comes away with $300. That's not a bad way to spend a Sunday afternoon, is it, Jan?
Yeah, and it also proves that you are all ready for the qualifications for the play-ins. Just to get into RLRS, this also puts a big target on your back, but it just says, yeah, we are the team that's going to be up there by the end of it. And you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that perhaps there will be 8 spots open for RLRS. There will be a grand old shakeup, and I cannot wait to see some of these teams next.
Can't wait to see this final, of course. Coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, of course, like I said earlier. Unless it's to go downstairs, refill that glass that you got earlier, get some juice, get some squash. If for your 18 plus, maybe a beer or 2, because this is definitely going to be an entertaining final. We'll see you after this break.
Yuck. Yuck. The look of love is in your eyes. A look, your smile can't disguise. Of love, girl, is saying so much more than just words could ever say. And what my heart has heard, well, it takes my breath away. I have
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the fourth trial. We have had some breaking news just come in due to Flump Resont knocking down the Unique Stars. We have got 3 teams fighting it out for that 8th place spot. Unique Stars, No Horizon, and Tourist Legion. We're going to have to ask them back, Jam, and do, I don't know, we're thinking at the moment we'll do like a little show match, whether that's on the Rewind stream or one of our personal own casters streams. We'll try and set that up because I feel like with the whole trial sort of, the Danny Boy B-Tech show matches, that's what we'll do with that. I feel like we can't just put this to a panel and do like, oh, who do you think is best? No, you can't do rock, paper, scissors because I mean, rock, paper, scissors is trash. Beyond the Summit, don't at me. What we really want is to give more games to these teams because that's what the trial is all about. Getting as much scrim practice, get as much basically competition in before the RLRS play-ins.
There's still an option for a good game of Mafia, Bacon.
I liked Mafia. I'll give it that. Yeah.
So just get 9 players in there. Not exactly sure how, with 2 factions in that game, we're gonna get through 3 teams. I mean, maybe just 1 versus
Maybe
1.
we make our own game. Ooh.
Interesting. Stay tuned for that. But one way or the other, we'll be having Flump Resont, who really stomped through the top of the bracket, especially knowing that they took down Unique Stars, who themselves took down our number 1 seed, Exalti, who will be going to the finals in that very top seed spot as well. They had more points than anyone really. At some point, I think even by the time we hit quarterfinals, certainly by the time we hit semifinals, nobody could possibly catch up to Team Exalti on points. they were just those 2 wins back to back were so good that it brought them to that tough spot. So actually, as we're waiting for Team Bacon, why don't we quickly go to the teams that have already qualified? And here are the teams. So, well, let's leave that as a...
We'll quickly just name the 2 teams as it is
All right.
now before we get started.
Indeed.
So, of course, we're going to be seeing on the blue side of the pitch, Total China, and that is Rizex, Domain, and Coca. On the orange side of the pitch, we'll be seeing the Flump Result side. That's Gods Miller, Though, and Nolly. Now, both sides, Jam, we saw definitely for, I want to say, the Total China side, Coca's the one to really look out there for. He is almost the spearhead of their attack. But on the orange side, I'm going to put this down to Nolly. Gods has turned into an absolute powerhouse of attack, though it's just an all-round solid player. But Nolly, if he is popping off, Flump Result can be an absolutely outstanding team. He's sort of that hinge player to this squad.
Oh, man. When the Xenomoon squad appeared on everyone's radars, and Noli and Monkey Moon, this was really in that team, Monkey Moon and Noli were setting up each other so well. And I said, where has these players been before? Because they completely blew their competition out of the water. They blew my mind how well they were playing. Noli is no longer playing with Monkey Moon, but in this team, surrounded by these players, I got smell like he is one of those veteran players. And together with Though, has been showing up on the side of MCon Esports. That is a tough squad to play against, and supposedly Flump Result, at least our very own Danny has been told that Flump Result means flip reset, but not in any of the languages we have found out. Though doesn't need any flip resets, he just beats his opposition. Oh, that wasn't once, right here on the top of Rizex. Too late for Jack.
Yeah, that goal really came down to Nolly there getting the bump onto the aggressor coming out from Toshiden. Not the ball further downfield, an easy pick up there from Though. Not the most impressive opening goal, Jam, I'm going to say. I want these 2 teams to step it up a notch. I'm laying down the gauntlet. Who's going to pick it up?
Well, why not see for ourselves? I still feel like it should be Flump Result. Total Shannon, yes, showed up pretty well. But Coca, you single him out? While he can do marvelous things, and that's a pretty good clear. You also saw some of his individual plays were not gelling with his team. He was mostly being that stick in the spoke of the wheels for his team, rather than a helpful player. They got through up to this point, in some cases thanks to Coca's goals, but that individuality that Coca is showing might both benefit and hurt his team.
We'll have to see how this game progresses, though. Ball making its way downfield. Gods does intercept it. Rizex, nice little hit. That will find Coca, who puts the shot base straight to Nolly. Off to the side, Domain. Nice little touch to get it up into the air, and that does get past one player, Nolly, making his way off to the side, looking very calm and collected on that backboard, keeping a hold of it. I was saying calm and collected. It's because he had no boost. He couldn't do anything. He just played it nice, slow, and simple. And sometimes, Jam, that's all you have to do. Ball down into the blue end of the pitch, though. Nothing really coming much out of it. Both these 2 teams definitely in that feel-out phase. We know we've had 1 goal already, but these 2 teams not wanting to overexert themselves.
And this is unlike some of the games we've already seen today, when immediately from the word go, both teams turn up the highest speed that they could possibly have and just have at it. Here, both Total Shadow and Flump Result seemingly are much better suited to just slowly get as close to your opponent as possible, make a mark in your notebook and say, all right, this worked or this didn't work, and we'll try again. So tactically oriented, preferring to play it more like a chess game rather than a big, hasty game of God knows what.
We have to see. So far, Nolly has been an absolute castle, a rook on those back lines, just moving left and right, not really progressing downfield massively. He has finally got there, and that was a big opportunity, just gone awry. Good touch from him, though. Domain holds it up in the back line. I'm loving this little quick build up here. Gods, that's fine, though. We want it once again. There's the pass out to center. Who's going to receive it? It's Rizex. No one wanting to get in close from Flump Result. Domain, pass 1. He's keeping it nice and slow. Coca steps on in, but that's straight down to Gods, leaving the boost for Nolly, who's needed. Great communication and rotations coming out, but it's not enough to handle this pressure, this heat that Rizex applies.
These touches were not getting great. Gutsmilla couldn't clear, but really in that situation, I think he did his best. Then Noli made a touch in front of the net, but that touch just killed the ball straight up there. And since everyone from the side of Flumperzon were already on the left post, nobody was there on the right to stop Total Shannon from putting it straight on target.
That's it. It looks so good, but that pressure did break them. Nice little try from Coca. He'll get, oh, I thought he was going to get another touch, but just went awry of it. Nice pop up into the middle, but Dumain went back in defense. Cannot blame him. Those are generally opportunities that don't come up, and you want to make sure you're safe. Coca, that is a launch downfield, and he's read it well for the second hit. Bit too much power. Rizex was ready in the middle, but no, Locust pass two. This is a big opportunity to strike downfield, though setting up in the center, but Coca first to receive it. Gods up past one. Nolly does go up for it, does get the touch. That will be round to center, but it's going to be Rizex really pushing the envelope here, trying to create any bit of damage he can up and over Coca, though beaten by Rizex. Gods up. He wants to drop that down. He's gone for net, but Rizex gets the touch, gets it away. We'll be able to save the day. 1-1 still remains, 45 seconds up on the scoreboard.
And Flumperzon need to be careful. Previously, missed touches in the defense cost them dearly. And here, they're trying to slowly bring the ball out. Oh man, and some of these touches. I see Noli sometimes going for the place. I don't think he has any place to be nearby. He tries to keep the ball alive, but more often than not, it just doesn't really work out for them. Flumperzon use so many resources up front, but rarely get a good result for it. Gutsmilla tries for it, but Total Shaden, they are showing some great vision on the field. They're never out of the position. They only have someone going for a play, for a defensive play, just in case. And so far, that has been saving their bacon. Pardon the pun, bacon. And now they're into the overtime for one more time.
I like how this game really ramped up in the last 1.5 minutes. Both teams starting now to get the lay of the land, getting to judge each other quite well. That was a risky move out down to center. Nolly picks it up, try to go under, not going to be able to find the route there as Gods with the slow pop. Is up to center. This could be dangerous. So it was so much time allowed for the lads of Flumperzon to really make their mark and get set up in positions. Nice little touch from Low. He gets the pop out, but unfortunately it's going to be a little bit too far. But no, it makes it. Last man can't get to the ball, and Godsmiller picks up the all-important goal to start us off in this best of 5.
You were talking about the space bacon, and though got that space on the fly, he continued with the ball. And by that point, it was just a quick action of just getting it past one defender and having enough strength on it to hit it off the wall and back into the play. Keeping it close to the wall wasn't exactly an option, but he did it just right to put it straight in front of Gutsmiller for that game-winning goal.
I like how that was just such an explosive goal as well. Just out of nowhere, essentially. Like, I thought it was going to be too slow. The defenders would get to it, but the defenders clearly thought that as well. It was a little bit of an overcalculation. Coming into game number 2, I'd expect them not to want to slow down, get those little awkward touches come into this, where they're just going to want to be at firing on all cylinders, Jam. And we'll have to see that as it comes into game 2. Dumain, slowing it down there. Of course, naturally, he had to only have 15 boost in the tank. Just wanted to be a bit tricksy, make his opponents overthink. That's what you get when you're in 1v1 situations.
And that's, I think he played that perfectly, but it was Flumperzon who immediately recognized what's happening, that they are being duped. There won't be a shot coming in, and they immediately repositioned and closed him down perfectly, not really allowing him to take a touch. And that by that point, I don't think he really had the control of the ball, plus coupled with the fact that he only had 15 boost, really couldn't do much with it, but he put the threats to their opponents. He tested out Flumperzon, and Flumperzon, let's see, answered pretty spectacularly.
Oh, you talk about spectacular. How about this one from Nolly? Gets it in the midfield and follows it all the way home. You're talking about that Xenomoon powerhouse that was back in RLRS. Unfortunately, not staying up, but here Nolly looking to see some greener pastures, because this is a side that really could go all the way and make it back to RLRS. He's shown his caliber gear at the trials as well as that RLRS. But, Total Schneiden, they're really, really pulling into question their own name here. They wanted to get into RLRS last season. It didn't happen. They're making sure that this season, though, they go the whole way.
They're trying to show it on the field, but man, there's one. Koga didn't think he had it, but still they managed to break down through. And it's an individual effort. Despite Dumain having an assist to his name, Koga was just on the flank. And I'm looking at Tho, and Tho thought he had it up until the very end, where
everyone thought that was going into the wall and bouncing out, didn't they?
Yeah, seemingly he read that exactly that way, and I thought that's not going on target. No, off the post and out. And, well, Flumperzon relaxed just for a second, misjudged the flight of the ball, and here you go, a tie game.
Oh, Koga needs boost. Luckily, he'll find some in the middle, and Dumain will be able to follow up on that here. He got stolen away. That's what he's originally going for. Nolly up in the air. That's a brilliant setup, but no, cuts it out. Good stuff. He's got another touch as well. This is deep down into blue territory. Flumperzon looking to strike, and no, I thought that was gone across the line, but no, denied. Rizex getting that away. The same with Dumain, and Rizex now. He's going to try and pinch this with all, get it downfield, and does, but it's only as far as Nolly. He's looking for help. He needs support there, but no, left out, standing in the rain. Koga with the drop down attempt, but Gods moves it to the side. Though, good wall pinch, will chase up into it, but Rizex applying the pressure. Gods can't get any more from this. Rizex with the pop-up. Koga has 50 boost, but Nolly seeing that, dives in. Superman saves it, pulls it away, and this has just relieved any danger that Flumperzon were facing.
Oh, Flumperzon killed the ball in the midfield, and now as the ball still continues to hang around those parts, they've been able to pull the players back, restock on boost, even make a back pass out of it, and bring the ball into the Toad Shannon's side. Not for long, but they certainly managed to drag that ball by their teeth from their own net, where the threat was growing ever larger, to the midfield and eventually to the other side of the field to finally relieve that pressure.
A little bit of miscommunication there between Gods and Low as well. Don't worry. You can see this game has slowed down a little bit, and that's all come down to Flumperzon wanting to get a lot of ground control here. They're moving downfield, not being able to claim it effectively. Rizex though, that's a good pass up. Koga's on it, but no, just kept high. The ball, Dumain with a drop down, it's not fast enough. Good touch from Gods, gets it away, but Dumain hounds that ball, and it shows perseverance is key.
And it's a fast recovery as well. Look how well he lands on the wall, then immediately rushes to the ball, and as it is really just approaching him, he could cut the path of that ball, but it's straight into target. That's exactly what he did. Staying with the play, maybe taking the ball out of Koga's play, who really likes to stay in for long. And it works out in the end.
Oh no, it's in front of the net. That was almost dangerous. Koga with a very sly play. So sly, in fact, if you put a tail on it, you could call it a fox. There goes Nolly. Oh no, Nolly, no! What a goal!
I'd say, in contrast to that, Nolly, yes, please. You gotta love the ability to go from almost a standing position, or just a position where you don't have the control of the ball yet, to have that ball just dragging with you in the air, beating all the defenders on the ground.
Crazy stuff. I'm loving this series. You know what? I was disappointed in the last one, Jam. We weren't doing a best of 7, weren't doing a best of 9, because I wanted to go more. At least these two teams are really picking it up in the finals and keeping the feel-good times rolling. Though nearly sets that up. He does redeem himself with the defense, but the attack still continues. Rizex, nice little ceiling shot, trying to get that past the defenders. Nolly, he's all on his own once again. He's going for the solo play. He gets there, it's a goal!
It's just getting better and better and better. And who else but Nolly? Look at that, just follows up with him. Though you could see it out of the corner of your eye, doesn't go for it. He knows that Nolly has it. And just like that, speak of the holy turnarounds. There's a Flumperzon going at it. Like, really, their life depends on it. Boy, slow it down. You're already qualified. Yet, Nolly has decided that the finals is exactly the time when he's going to be shining.
It all comes down to seeding now, naturally as well. the higher you place, the more points you get, the higher you're seeded, and of course, the favorable you are into the final. Flompresant know this, and they are so persistent. We've seen it. Nolly starting to pop off, and I did identify him earlier. You know, he's the one where if he's popping off, this is a team which are dominating. I can see great stuff in their future. And he is proving this. Oh, to a T right now. It has been fantastic to see him on that ball. And he's not done just yet. He's got 30 boost, but no, just goes ever so slightly wide. Rizex wanted to keep this ball up in the air, of course, because as soon as it touches the ground, that is it, done and dusted. If they can somehow pick this ball up and find net with it, it will take us to overtime. Rizex doing that, keeping it up in the air. Coca blocked by Nolly, dropping it to the ground, and Flompresant are 2-0 up in this series. One more win, they are done and dusted and will be today's champions. But Total Schaden have the opportunity for a reverse sweep.
And not just that, I feel like in those closing seconds, as the timer has already hit 0, Total Schaden were close to scoring. Gutsmill and Though at the very end took it themselves out, and Noli had a horribly hard task of stopping the shot that was going straight on the net. If only he wasn't there. Flompresant survived. And obviously, there's nobody who would disagree with the fact that Noli right now is playing at his best. The only thing I'm worried about, a lot of what we've seen in this game were his individual efforts. What Noli really needs is someone who would be able to set him up those plays, or conversely, someone he himself would be able to set up. That was Monkey Moon was to him in Xeno Moon. Here though, despite the quality of Though and Godsmilla, at least in that specific game, I didn't exactly see the teamwork between them. Noli was just going ham on his own.
Or you could see someone doing that sort of Janser duty on Nolly as well. After those big attacks, which they're so hard to save, someone quickly just shadowing him, following in deep. God's really pressuring Domain there. I thought that was going to be in for a second, though knocking Gods as well. Yeah. That was a very questionable 5 seconds.
Everyone just stopped sort of going for the ball. Flompresant thought, well, they have it. Total Schaden thought, do we have it? And everyone got a little bit nervous.
Things slow down ever so slightly. The tension is so thick right now. Domain in out though. Godsmiller having to take it back to his own end. You can't blame him. He's got 0 boost. Now 100 from that 100 pill. Can only do so much with it. 50-50 offside to the wide. Though God's connecting. We've seen that definitely quite a lot in this series, Jam, where both the two players double committing for ball. It's scary in a lot of ways because this team is so fast, so clinical that can be my only sort of like criticism for them.
It has been a dangerous. Oh, there we go. Noli doesn't even need to hit the ball to. Actually, he got a touch on it. At what point? Oh, specifically at this one, actually. He just was so fast. He managed to play that ball from there and then come in and get 2 demolitions going. I don't think Rizex had demo one stopping. Rizex actually skipped the ball forward, but then that second demolition really hit it. Well, just no stopping him. Noli, you are mad.
Like, I just saw in Twitch chat, Nolly carry. I wouldn't say such, like, a massive carry, but the sight this lad has, crossbar, get out of here, you thief, taking that away from him, though, on the ball, gets the second block, keeping this up downfield. You can definitely see that Flompresant are full of confidence right now as Gods gets the hit. It's just wide. Nolly trying to knock that back down for Gods. Nolly retreats a boost. He has to go the whole way. That leaves though, and Godsmiller downfield. And do get a demo, and though try to go for a demo on Domain as well, try and reduce anything. Coca slowing the ball down above net. That's got to be dropped, but no one being able to connect with it. 2 plays downfield. Godsmiller needs options right now. He has thrown that, and there is though not even needed as Godsmiller gets the second goal.
There you have it. A goal for Bacon as well. Man. They did some fantastic job just stopping that ball in front of their own net. Though he came from behind and knocked the ball from Total Schaden just as they were setting up on the net of Flompresant, because that would have been a goal. Total Shannon had the positioning on the Flompersant. Instead, it turns around in the other end of the field. And here, if only Tho thought, hey, Domain might actually mess it up just a little bit. Could have been a third goal as well. Right now with those two, and with defense all in the session, look at that. The positional plays, they're just trying to slowly attack, and it's working out for them. At least up until the very last moment, Gutsmiller is not blocked. And look how quickly. It was Noli sitting on the other end of the field. Might actually score from that angle, I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe, but right now it is all hands to the battle stations. DEFCON 1 for Total Shannon. Rizex up past 1 though, steps on in. All they've got to do now, Flompersant, is play defense. It is only just working. They need to find a way into their opponent's half. Total Shannon are trying to boost them at the same time, but the sheer pace is making it so hard to do. Godsmiller off to the side. Make sure to pick up that bat boost as well. As his teammates not in though. Just keeping that on the midfield. They're trying to make this comfortable for themselves. Try and pick up possession, but it's not being allowed. Total Shannon in this last 1.5 minutes really coming into life with control of this ball, but they're not finding a way to net. Dumain connects with the ball, gets it up to center, but Gods is the one to receive, though cut out by Koga. Here's Gods to keep this going downfield. Real trying times now for Total Shannon, but you feel if they can weather this storm, it could lay absolute millions for them. They've got to do this trial by fire first.
And they had some perfect ideas. They had some really, whenever they're moving out in the attack, they had all three players working their positions, going, knowing exactly where they need to be. It's just that touch, that first setup touch, most of the time is just not really working out for them. They can bring the ball on the other end of the field, but then they sort of lose any ability to go forward with it. Look at a setup. Rizex can get a touch on he's too fast on it, and as a result, he just loses the possession. The ball gets stolen by Flom, and this is very crucial time lost.
Oh, 1v1 Dumain. Everything counted on this, and Nolly keeps it away. Definitely the MVP of the night, Nolly here. That ball touches the ground, and the grand finals of today's Cup. Trial number 4 is Flompersant winning it with a 3-0. Don't get me wrong. It was a close series, closer than the 3-0. But boy howdy, has this team showed up. And Jam, I cannot wait to see more from this side when we come round to the grand finals, the final cup, the top 8 teams on September the 8th.
Oh, and with that, Flompersant actually beats Total Shannon in the final point standing by 1 point. Just getting above, just slightly, but getting a better position. And man, I cannot wait until September the 8th. I want more games right now. This today has been the shortest series we've seen, straight up sweep. But I'd say that was some of the most entertaining Rocket League we have seen. Yes, Koga was in this one. So previously, Koga has been making some bangers. In this one, he was much more quieter than that. But still, Flompersant, what Noli has been doing, what Gutsmiller was trying to do, what Total Shannon were trying to oppose. It's such a big shame that this is only a best of 5, because Bacon, I feel like I could watch this series all day long.
So we haven't, I don't think anyway, we posted what the finals will be, but I think we've been going with best of 5 for the quarters of the finals, since it's a single element bracket, and then best of 7s for semis and finals. So at least we'll get the best of 7s there, hey? And I cannot wait to see it. I'm just waiting now currently, Jam, for Danny to finish up, marking all the points he is updated. Oh,
Indeed
there we go. It is updated. So coming in first, going to be our first seed will be Exalti. Second will be Team MCES. Can't blame them. They've been very consistent. Getting that first win, of course, massively helped them. Coming in third will be Flompersant. Fourth will be Total Shine. Fifth, I'm there trying to count it up in my head because the numbers aren't right. But yes, fifth, Discombobulators. Sixth will be 1BIM, 2BAM. Baguette Squad will be coming in seventh. And then we have got a three-way tie for the 8th and final spot between Unique Stars, No Horizon, and Notorious Legion Esports. So, Jam, midweek, this coming week, we're probably going to have to do some sort of show match, whether it's on this stream, like we said, on Rewind Gaming, or on one of our caster stream. Danny's definitely hungry for that one. We're going to have to do a three-way. I think we're going with a single round robin, maybe even double round robin between those 3 teams to see who gets that last spot.
And Bacon, I will immediately put you on a spot. Out of Unique Stars,
Oh.
No Horizon, Notorious Legion Esport, especially knowing that we've seen all three of those teams today, who do you think is going to take it?
That is a hard one. I think from today, I want to say Unique Stars, but Notorious Legion have been more consistent throughout the whole all the trials, and that could just be it. Consistency being key during that like sort of final last high tension moment.
I fancy Unique Stars myself as well. So no real rivalry there, but maybe Danny has a different idea. And if he indeed ends up casting those, well, we'll hear much more about what he considers to be the top team out of these three. A great selection and, well, a good way to spend your time watching those show matches or just the qualification matches as we wait for September 8th when, well, $300 will be on the line.
$300 up for grabs and only one team taking it, as well as the title, of course, of being like the most prestigious team coming into the RLRS play-ins, as they have knocked down the rest of the EU region. But for us, Jam, this is it. We have to bring everything to a close. We're going to have to throw it on over for tonight. And it's looking like we're going for a host on Banana Man. I like it. Banana's a good lad, Leo. So, everyone, when we send it over, of course, wish you guys farewell on that and make sure to send all your love to Banana. But for us, myself, Digital Bacon, Jar of Jam, joining me in the commentary booth, we've had Bucket Man running the broadcast, the camera ninja in the background, and of course, keeping all the updates and production going brilliantly has been Danny Boy. I mean, you guys wanted him on mic, but we had to give him a rest. He's done all three of the first three trials. We had to give him a rest for today. And of course, Unix running the moderation in the background. Thank you, everyone who's involved. Thank you so much to the guys watching there at home. And we shall see you on the 8th of September. Toodles.